And with that, I'm going to say welcome aboard. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to say that we've lost our sheet, but now we found it. In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the lands that they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. And I just want to add today that last week was a Remembrance Week, and that included not only Remembrance Day on the 11th, but on the 8th, it was Indigenous Veterans Day. And I had the pleasure of being in Rama, where they honored their those who fought in our wars. And I think it's important for us to remember that how many Indigenous peoples of Canada fought in the world wars and the subsequent wars, and how many of them came home and were not fully recognized, were not treated as any other veteran, but were rather told if they wanted any of the benefits, they had to give up their Indigenous identity and things like that. How much we failed to show our appreciation for the Indigenous members of our community for all they did in the wars that we have fought, to say nothing of all the emergency services that they participate in now, and the armed forces of today. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything else you'd like us to know before we proceed? Seeing nobody volunteering any information, let's go on to our deputation. Chair Lehman, welcome. And I believe you're going to tell us a little bit about the strategic plan, the District of Muskoka.
Good morning, Mayor Coots here, members of council, members of the public. Thank you very much for giving me a little bit of time here at the start of your planning committee meeting. I know you have a full gallery here and everybody's here to hear about the district strategic plan, right? So I appreciate so many of you coming out for that reason. But recognizing there may be other matters on your agenda, I do endeavor to keep this brief. But I did want to take the opportunity to come today and introduce our strategic plan and also some of the work that we've been doing at District for the benefit of the people of Muskoka. And we'll move to the presentation. There. Perfect.
Yes, isn't one of the strategies something about communication?
There we are. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, here is your new district council, and it is an honor indeed for me to serve as chair for this term of Muskoka District Council. We started this year with a new strategic planning exercise, as many of us do, to set our priorities for the next 4 years. And with the fast changing context in which we do our work as municipalities, we wanted to take a look at our guiding document. And so we came up with a new vision and mission statement. And the vision statement, of course, is what you want to be in the future. And for us, that is a welcoming, connected, sustainable Muskoka. And those are words that were chosen purposefully, and hopefully you will see those reflected as we move through our priorities. So in the interest of brevity, this is the strategic plan on one page. We sought to set out our priorities for 4 years. We have 10 of them grouped in 4 areas: our environment, our communities, our services, and our team. And if that looks like it has a little symmetry to it, that was intentional. The first 2 priorities in many ways are outward facing, what we want to accomplish in our communities. And the next two are services and team, a little more inward facing, what we would like to accomplish with our organization. And I will touch on these each in turn. But I wanted to start by putting up this slide, which comes from our friends at Strategy Corp. And this is the context in which we as municipalities do our work for the public. Increasingly today, people don't particularly care what level of government tackles the problems or challenges they see in their community. They just want them tackled. And as local leaders, we are the most accessible public officials. We hear about what our community needs. And so there are the things that we can control as municipalities, the services that we deliver or invest in or regulate. And then there's the things that the community needs. And in that role, municipalities increasingly are taking the role of convening, bringing together our communities, public and private sector, organizations, to work together towards our common goals. And then, of course, there's advocacy, typically to the provincial and federal governments, to try and represent the needs of our communities and make change. And this is a good point for me to say that I have hugely appreciated the leadership of your district councillors as they have worked with the 23 of us towards our priorities. Mayor Kutsier and councillors Bochek and Cooper continue to work not only for the needs of the people of West Muskoka, but indeed the needs of the people across Muskoka. And hopefully you will see some examples here of us working in that convening role as district, because I think there is an increasing need for that on issues such as climate change, environmental protection, and housing. And so, as I mentioned, we separated our strategic priorities into outward facing and inward facing, if you will. In our communities and for the environment, we wish to take action together, and that is very much the convening role for watershed protection and adapting and mitigating climate change. And of course, in all things, trying to walk the talk, lead by example. Those three community priorities in purple, you probably will sound familiar: housing, the workforce, building a more diverse year-round economy for Muskoka and working to support that, and community health and well-being, which is a broad category that addresses not only the district's direct role in delivering healthcare, but all of our collective role in trying to provide services for people and move upstream from just reacting to problems and challenges in our communities to helping people live well in and receive services at home, closer to home. Whoops. Internally, we are looking at service alignment, and this is work that we always seek to do, but it was a priority for council to look at who does what in many ways and modernize our municipal services, make sure they're being delivered by the level of government that makes the most sense in the most value, towards the best value in the most efficient way. Service excellence, of course, and future thinking, and this is always the challenge, where municipal councils are on a 4-year cycle, but many of the challenges we face are generational. They can take decades to address. We always have to be looking past the next 3 years or 4 years or 2 years and trying to deliver good policy and programs that will improve our community and protect our communities for future generations. And certainly today, nothing is more important than the people that we work with, our colleagues, our team. And so investing in our team and bringing together a strong team will always be important to delivering our services. So we've distributed our action plans document. Here's my prop. If you read one thing about district this year, I urge you to read this. It is our action plans, the specific things that we have set out that we wish to accomplish over the next 4 years. And as a bit of a guide here, what I wanted to point out was not only that we're saying what we're going to do, but we're seeking to describe and work towards the specific outcomes, the impact that we want to have, the specific outcomes we will see, and how we'll measure that, how we will be able to report to the public and our residents on our progress towards those goals. And this is a point I wanted to make. All too often when we set out metrics, measures of how we're doing, we can be guilty of setting out metrics that are just about counting how many times we've done something. Volume metrics, we call them. That's good, because if you do more of something than you did the year before, particularly with roughly the same budget, you are delivering more of a service. But it's more relevant to talk about outcomes. You can do more of something but not have any impact while you're doing it. And so what we want to do is start to measure our impact on the community through outcome measures. And hopefully in the document, as you review it, you will see that we're seeking to not just count or give a sense of how much we're doing something, but whether those services are having an impact in our community. Okay, I wanted to spend a few minutes on our progress in 2023, and then of course leave lots of time for questions if there are any. We work together in many areas, and so I wanted to report to you on some of our 2023 initiatives. First of all, floodline and LiDAR mapping. LiDAR, of course, light detection and radar, that's the acronym. That gives us very accurate 3D mapping of the district, and it helps with detecting the risk of flooding. We now have LiDAR mapping for 80% of the district. We've worked closely together with all of the area municipalities to accomplish this, and also to build adaptation plans for climate change, informed by the work that was done in no small part as the first phase of the Integrated Watershed Management Project. Probably no priority is more pressing than housing. This is an issue across the country, of course, but it hits differently in Georgian Bay and across Muskoka. The challenges are different, the costs are different, the way of building is different, and to be frank, the built forms and the type of housing we need are different. The way we're tackling it, we have our incentive programs like the Muskoka Affordable Housing Program, MAHIP, but we have built a new task force, the 2.0 we're calling it, which is very much focused on delivering projects. And to that end, we hosted a housing funding forum to try and help local groups who are attempting to build housing projects across Muskoka with obtaining funding for those projects. Childcare is an area of major interest. Lack of access to childcare keeps people out of the workforce. It's a major expense for our residents. The current snapshot is only about 20% of children in Muskoka have access to affordable childcare. The Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement, that's the well-known $10 a day daycare agreement with the federal government. Locally, that seeks to add 373 childcare spaces across Muskoka, which will improve the access rate, and we've made a good start on that in a number of our communities this year. We're starting an initiative towards a local immigration partnership. This is to expand settlement services as we see more new Canadians coming to Muskoka, particularly to work, but challenged to live. And we're a little bit behind, I think, in Muskoka in terms of the services that are available to new Canadians, but the growth has been enormous, twice the rate of population growth. That's the rate of growth in newcomers in Muskoka. And so we're seeking to bring together, through that convening role, community partners to expand support for newcomers. The Muskoka Job Board was developed along with local economic development officers by the district, and that is to help people find good work here in Muskoka as well. I'll move quickly through the next few sort of slides. The Fairburn Long-Term Care Project underway in Muskoka. This is 160 new long-term care beds. What you need to know about that project is it's designed on a different model. It's called a social model rather than an institutional model. It is intended to allow people to live in a more dignified manner than perhaps some traditional designs for long-term care homes, and improve their health outcomes in no small part by building a stronger sense of a community, a place to live. This one's important to Georgian Bay, and I was very pleased to see this come forward, led by our Chief of Paramedics, Chief McWilliam. On the left is the map of current coverage for the Muskoka Paramedic Service, and you will notice that it is lacking in Georgian Bay Township. The plan will take us to the map on the right. That's the coverage area, and this is, by the way, not everywhere that we can go, but rather the areas that we can reach within certain response time parameters. But the short version of this is it's a substantial investment in West Muskoka, both in the northwest, in the McTier area at Glen Orchard with a new station, which is scheduled for this year, and a much better coverage across Georgian Bay Township as well. We are reviewing the capacity allocations for pipe services in Muskoka. This is something that is key to getting housing built faster. And we've started a roads review. This was work that began before COVID, was paused, and it's looking at which roads are district roads and why. Should they continue to be district roads? Are there other roads that meet newer criteria? And that work will take some time, but is timely, given that many roads have changed their function, perhaps, since they were originally district roads in the in many cases in the 70s. We're working to modernize planning services and bring them all online through a single hub, the Plan Hub model, and we are integrating some of our back office work for long-term care. That may sound like inside baseball, but it's the kind of thing that results in more efficient service to the public and should help build housing faster. Communication. Mayor Coetzee mentioned this. I'm here today. I'm traveling to all 6 councils. Hope to do this on a regular basis. But we use lots of channels to try and engage the public and get more information out, but more importantly, get information back about what's needed. Social media, Engage Muskoka, our website, engagemuskoka.ca. And we do quite a number of surveys and try and gauge support from the public and interest from the public on various initiatives. But engagemuskoka.ca is the website to go to learn more about what's happening at district and to let us know what you think. Finally, this is something where Mayor Coetzee's provided leadership in a number of areas, but in this one particularly as well. The renaming of Muskoka Road 38 to Ganyan Gahaga Yohadache, which means Mohawk People Road. And there's the sign that's probably now becoming familiar to many people on Highway 400. This was part of our Muskoka Area Indigenous Leadership Table, which was recognized this year as a leading practice in Indigenous municipal engagement. Wanted to close with our values. This is what we try to live as we deliver our services. And I think it's always a good reminder as we talk about our strategic plans that it's not just about what you're going to do, but how you do it. It's all important that we are able to be accessible to the public, that we are respectful, future thinking in what we do, and that we constantly seek to improve what we do. And that characterizes the work we do at district. I should have said at the outset, led by our incredibly able CAO, who's sitting behind me to my left, Julie Stevens. We are very, very fortunate in Muskoka to have a very dedicated leadership and experienced leadership team, many of whom are relatively new to the district and are delivering new and innovative ideas that have been brought from across the sector, and of course none more so than our CAO who leads our team. So it's been an honor for me to work with District Council, with Mayor Coetzee and Councillors Ochek and Cooper, and especially our talented leadership team. And I'm here today to answer any questions you might have. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you much, Chair Lehman, and I will echo your remarks as I think the overall quality of the team at the district is A1. Excellent people, excellent work. Doesn't mean I have to agree with them 100% of the time, but absolutely excellent. The quality of the reports is, if it's second to anybody, it's second to the ones in Georgian Bay, of course. But no, the quality of the reports that we get from staff, for instance, are superb. With that, I'm going to turn it over, and I see Councillor Hazelton already has his hand up, so we're going to do a round of questioning, and we'll start with Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Jeff. It's delightful to have you come and share your plan with us. Don't see this too often, so this is good. I do want to highlight the fact, though, that as you know, the number of services we get through the district are few. The service that is most important to us is waste management. I didn't see it in your presentation at all. And I wanted to reflect back to last term when you were in a different place, and the staff from the district came and told us we have a disaster in bin sites and that they have to go. Oddly enough, that's happening nowhere else in Ontario. There are lots and lots of marinas, even up and down our shoreline, where they have a mix of cottager boats and liveaboard boats. And none of those other marinas outside of the district are being plagued with the messages that we're getting in our township. And so what I'm asking here for you and to Julie is please revisit the chaos that has been introduced in our township. Work with us to find solutions. And please listen, because I can guarantee you the staff you've had in place who've come to our township and talked with us about waste management have not listened, and they have come with directives without listening to the needs of the community. And I'm delighted to see in your values that you're choosing to interact with the communities and listen and provide good services. And this is by far the biggest service that is visible to every one of our residents, and every one of them have concerns with the directions that are being introduced. So I'll pause there, and I'm not sure that that's something you can necessarily answer today, but as a takeaway, we need a way better cooperation and a huge change in attitude from the staff district in helping us solve this issue, because we are nowhere further ahead today than we were 4 years ago. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And recognizing that waste management is certainly probably the most prominent service that your residents see or may have concerns with in the district. Certainly I have heard that coming into this job and continue to over the last year. So I'll tell you both about the process and what we're doing. Of course, the bin site removal was mandated by the province of Ontario. We received a letter from the ministry saying, "Thou shalt do this." And they have been gracious in allowing additional time at our request to try and find better solutions, recognizing that the challenges of island living in Georgian Bay and providing waste management service here in particular have unique needs. I'll tell you first of all about what we have done to try and get the process into a more helpful direction, because I know you had a discussion around this council table about waste management earlier in the year, sent a couple of resolutions district's way. With great respect, probably there's a more effective relationship that we could have there. And so instead of sort of resolutions bouncing back and forth, I reached out to Mayor Coutts, councillors Bochek and Cooper, and we have a working group set up with district staff. Now we've met, started the process of trying to work through these things in a more direct way that doesn't require sort of kicking footballs back and forth. I think on the bin site issue in particular, the current situation is that because we are required as the level of government that oversees waste management to bring these bin sites into compliance at marinas, there is the opportunity for the marina operator to basically have the bin in such a way that it protects the water of Georgian Bay, is safer in terms of limiting spills, and basically comes into compliance with environmental regulation. But I guess, Councillor Hazelton, the other real challenge that exists, Muskoka's diversion rate is abysmally low. And as compared to other jurisdictions, we're way behind. And that's not a commentary on people who live here or even ourselves as district and the way we deliver our service. Some of it's a reality, as you've highlighted, of where we live and how we live. But we got to do better. And the reason is that if we have to open a new landfill, I think we've looked around the province and watched what's happened to municipalities who have gone through the search for new landfills and attempted to create additional capacity. We really have to focus on diversion to reduce what is being thrown into the landfill. And unmonitored bin sites, unfortunately, are the greatest offenders in terms of stuff going into landfills that shouldn't, and volumes being not limited in any way. So the effort to reduce bin sites, to clean them up, to have them monitored in a better way is very much part of our collective efforts. And I know you share this goal to increase diversion and reduce pollution into Georgian Bay, but most importantly, from our point of view as well, to improve diversion. And so I think Ms. Stevens, Mr. Steele, James Steele, who runs the division that runs waste management, we're all seeking to find a more productive relationship with the township in terms of finding solutions for solid waste management. I think the working group's a start. Do I think there's more that can be done? Absolutely. And I guess I would urge you, if you get a chance, to tune into our Environment and Public Works Committee meetings, where we discuss solid waste at every meeting. And usually there is a discussion of one aspect or another of the service delivery here in Georgian Bay.
So if I could, first of all, thank you for the answer. I'm encouraged that there is potentially a breath of fresh air here somewhere with that working group. Um, an observation, the district Muskoka is big. MECP may have said some things, but I guess what is coming to me as a councillor from the community is if none of the other marinas in Ontario have had this mandate told to them, why is the district not pushing back on MECP, which are rolling over on environmental matters left, right, and center around Ontario, as we have seen over and over again? They are not championing the strict environmental constraints that they might have 3 to 5 years ago. So the district is big. If the district were to take a strong position and push back on MECP and say, look, why are you picking on the district of Muskoka and the marinas we have here? Why not look at the district, at the marinas down around Midland and over to Penetang and up in Parry Sound and up the shore? Because they are relatively no different from a usage than our marinas. And pushing back at the district level, I think would probably, first of all, it would be the right thing to do. And secondly, I think that we would make far more progress on coming to an outcome that makes sense. And then there's one other comment I have, and that is you're talking about diversion. And you know that we had a resolution or a meeting on waste management earlier in the year. And we sent a note off to the district asking information about things. And then we were told, well, didn't you know we have a combined blue box system? And we said, well, our staff don't know, our district don't know, our residents don't know. And by the way, I can guarantee you that the marinas don't know where they have all these bin sites because they have container bins and they have cardboard bins. And there are no signs saying integrated blue box system. So the communication has completely broken down. And I tell the marina operators what's going on and they're going, well,
Councillor Hazelton, you're not going to make the same point 3 times, are you? Because I want everybody else to get a chance. They may be making the same point. I don't know.
Thank you, Mayor Kreutzer. And your point on communications is well taken. I think there has been there have been challenges there, Councillor Hazelton, without question. I guess in response to your earlier comment about why not everyone else, I think district did push back at MECP about their unreasonable timelines to bring bin sites in the district into compliance. We asked for more time because we knew more time would be needed, especially in Georgian Bay. I might take issue with the notion that it's the right thing to do. And I guess the reason why is because bin sites are problematic for diversion. We will not make progress if that's our model. And so there has to be a change to the model, at least in the use of the bin sites and preferably in introducing greater diversion measures. I know the standard that's been there has been more convenient for the public, and there's no question we have unfortunately had to ask our residents to make some changes themselves as we introduce this new model. But if we don't change the model, we just won't improve diversion. I don't disagree with your point that other areas are not facing the same requirements, and you're right to say why not. Respectfully, though, I think the reason the district hasn't pushed back and said no, we're not going to do this is because doing it will improve diversion, and we have seen problems with unmonitored bin sites.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Thanks for coming this morning and your presentation. It's very welcoming to know that paramedic services are going to be expanded over the next 10 years, much more so into our township and also the climate change planning that's going on. So I appreciate that and thank you for the presentation. My comments, my hand went up before, well, not before Councillor Hazelton's hand went up, but before he spoke. And I'm going to have to say some of the same things because I think waste management, from a strategic priority for our township, is something that needs to be talked about more, I think, from the district, and we need to have more information, not just through our three district councillors, but through other presentations and delegations. The Gibson supervised transfer station is one of those areas of concern, not just the marinas, but the transfer from an unmanaged site to a supervised site hasn't gone very smoothly. And I think the people who are sitting behind you are all users of that station, and they have been very vocal through the year that they have not been communicated to, that changes have been made to the hours of operation on 3 or 4 times through the last few months, and they're only notified because the sign changes. So the winter hours went up without any consultation, and there has been a lot of pushback from the residents that these hours don't meet their needs, but there's no means of engagement with the community. And I'm very pleased to see the communication is so high in your priority list, but we do need more visible demonstration that that's the case, especially when it comes to the solid waste management, because that is a huge concern that's going on in this region. I could repeat some other things, concerns that Councillor Hazelton had, but he's mentioned them, but I do share his concerns. And I think that is throughout the township, especially in the non-town areas, in the more rural areas. And to do with the supervised sites, we have a young woman, it's in our township and in my ward, who's asking, she has a project she would like to embark on that involves putting first aid kits or naproxen kits in a location that would be accessible to residents in an emergency. So whether there's an overdose somewhere in the township and they have an ability to get a kit to help a person. And her suggestion is to use it at one of our transfer sites, like the Gibson Lake transfer site. But because of the restricted access, I can't tell her that that's really a feasible idea. And I know the suggestion has been made to make that site and the others more accessible after hours through some electronic or pass means. But if these sites are to be really beneficial to the community, not just on the limited hours that somebody is at that site, but to make it a site that people can bring their waste to or get other services back from the district, I think that would add more value to our community than just having the 2 days a week, especially in the winter. That's
Appreciate the comments. And as a follow-up after this, one thing I would really appreciate actually from members of Georgian Bay Council would be your opinion on the most effective channels for communication to your residents. This is a conversation that Mayor Kutsier and Councillors Cooper and Bocek and I have had before. I know you get calls and emails. In terms of the district effectively reaching people with something like hours of service, when they change over to the winter hours, what is the most effective way? County Simcoe uses radio. The district can use more radio ads. We can use email lists. We certainly post these things on our website, but certainly I could forgive people for not going to the website daily, checking the hours on a garbage facility. So that would be a very helpful follow-up from this, Councillor Predko. Just quickly on, is there naloxone kits that this young lady would like distributed?
She has, that's one of her suggestions. I mean, I think she goes beyond to something like a defibrillator, which unfortunately wouldn't be particularly useful in a remote location. But other first aid items.
Sure. So AEDs, the defibrillators, I know there's a widespread movement to put those in public buildings, and I think that's a very good idea, something the Chase McEachern Foundation throughout Simcoe County has been active in doing. And I'd have a chat with them about whether we could see more of those come up here to Georgian Bay. But I think on naloxone and AEDs, you need them in the moment. You can't sort of drive somewhere and pick one up, right? So the naloxone kit distribution, I'll take that one away. The Simcoe Muskoka anti-opioid strategy has naloxone kit distribution as part of it. And so it's something we could chat with the health unit about.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
I was going to talk about bin sites, but maybe that's already been discussed. I want to go back to your community priorities on your presentation. You talk about environment. I don't think it's on the top of the list, but I'm not sure how you get 4 items there, but the big part under community priorities with regards to the environment is walking the talk. And immediately below that, you talk about our communities and then good jobs and workers to fulfill them. We've got to be very, very, very careful because the environment is impacted by development, economic development particularly, and then residential development. And walking the talk can be a very, very difficult item in that regard. And I want this to be considered with everything that is decided at district level, just as we need to do that here. The environment is a high priority. I think you said it in your presentation. It's why people are here. If we destroy our environment, what does that do for us? And I think that's got to be very much high priority in the way district considers all the decisions. Just a comment, I do have a question unrelated to that. You mentioned LiDAR mapping for floodplain. Will that also include high water mapping as well for the Georgian Bay?
Thanks for the question. Yes, it does. It does today. There's a live monitoring of I've forgotten Stevens. I think it's 21 or 23 real-time locations for high water, for water levels. But as you probably know, like everything in Canada, there's a federalism of government agencies that are involved in the issue of flooding. And so MNRF in the spring, as we deal with the freshet, leads a working group in Muskoka. Mayor Coetzee is on those calls, which are held frequently during the higher risk periods. And they have field staff that are monitoring everything from snowpack depth to try and look ahead to, of course, weather. The district's mapping and live updates in terms of the water levels, you can see that through GeoHub, and I'm sure our staff would be happy to give you a tour around what's been accomplished to date and what's public to date on the website. There is more work that's being done, but we've come a long, long way, especially since the 2019 floods. Just on your previous comment, one of the most common expressions around district council is the environment is the economy, and the economy is the environment in Muskoka. And so there's no separation of those two things. They're not seen as contradictory. They're the same thing. When we have such a high proportion of the economy of Muskoka based on the incredible quality of the natural environment, it is also an economic priority to protect that environment, to keep it special. I think one of the things that the Housing Task Force is tackling, I mean, the shortage of housing for affordable housing for people in Muskoka will be solved in the towns, in the communities where there is water and wastewater services and other public services. You don't solve an affordable housing crisis on waterfronts. You just don't. So I think as you start to explore our housing solutions that are being considered, again, I don't see these things as contradictory. I think attempting to provide affordable places to live for seniors who wish to retire to Muskoka, for example, those affordable places in the vast majority are going to be within settled areas on services. Waterfront development by its nature is not particularly affordable.
Quick follow-up. LiDAR mapping will include also low water mark? It's important on the bay. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Chair Lehman, always a pleasure, and good seeing you again this month. I have a question and a comment pertaining to garbage. Question is not pertaining to garbage, of course. So my question to you is, what programs, if any, for this particular term, will the district be rolling out for mental health programs and elderly home care, specifically that are going to impact residents of Georgian Bay Township. We have a lot of elderly community members that can't commute to Bracebridge or Huntsville or Gravenhurst. We have some mental health issues within our township whereby those that require support can't get nurses here. What are we looking at program-wise, if anything?
Thank you so much for that question, Councillor Graziano, because it allows me to talk about community paramedicine for 2 minutes. So community paramedicine is where paramedics in our case, the Muskoka Paramedic Service, schedule visits with people who have chronic conditions. It is a way to prevent them ending up in crisis. In a much broader sense, it's a way to help people with mental health and wellness in their own homes. We're actually in the business of delivering healthcare to people in their own homes. Right now, that is focused on elderly residents of Muskoka. And it is, to some extent, limited by that mapping that you saw earlier. Our community paramedicine doesn't map exactly to the response time map that you saw. But there are challenges in West Muskoka, and that's why Mayor Kutzer's leadership and I think the support of District Council to expand paramedic services to West Muskoka was so important. But that's the model, Councillor Graziano, and it's a fantastic model because it's paramedics coming to people's homes to help them with medication, with diet, and with mental health, and in some cases isolation and the real health effects of loneliness. They're not mental health caseworkers or therapists, they're paramedics. But what advanced care paramedics are able to do, in addition to delivering medication and assisting with basic health needs, managing chronic conditions, is get people referred to services. So if they can't help them in the moment at their 10 o'clock appointment when they arrive at the home, they can help people schedule an appointment to get the additional services nearby and navigate the complexities of the health system, which I know well is very, very difficult. But this is the future of care in Muskoka. It's not going to be possible to expand that care to everybody from a district paramedic service. It isn't done anywhere in the province. It's part of the broader healthcare system. But what a wonderful thing it is, because not only do the residents get help before they end up in crisis, they form a relationship in many cases with the paramedic. And for a paramedic, just think about that job. You spend your whole day responding to critical incidents, meeting people for the first time, often on the worst day of their life. Now you get to build a patient relationship. And so for our people, it's a wonderful program as well. And so we are seeking to expand it. Our budget, which is up for debate in December, includes expanded resources towards the community paramedicine program. And it's our goal to expand it much more broadly across the township, across the district.
Excellent. One additional follow-up. I'm looking forward to seeing the expansion. A follow-up question to that is, how do our residents become involved, and or how do they subscribe to perhaps having one of these paramedics arrive at their homes? Second point, as I made earlier with regards to garbage, though, I'm a big believer of not only identifying a problem but potentially a solution to that issue. And if the committee comprised of the district and our district councillors hasn't already identified a possible remedy, I'd like to offer some suggestion with respect to indemnification. We had a bin site here in Port Severn that opted no longer to be one because of the lack of environmental indemnification and the cost of remediation if in the event that there was a spill. I can only imagine what other bin sites and or marinas are going to do once they understand that they are on the hook for any costs associated with that. And so perhaps that's something to be discussed in this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzer, and welcome, Jeff, to the Township of Georgian Bay. Glad to have you here. A couple of issues that other councillors have membered, so I won't elaborate on them, but a couple of things that are important to me, Jeff, and we've talked about it before, is communication, and it is part of our strategic plan to be better communicators. What I find quite embarrassing as a district councillor is when I come back to my township and people ask me questions, I don't have the answers for them, yet the answers are out there. And our only method of communication within our township is through social media. we don't have TV, radio, or newspaper. So people rely on our social media channels to gain information. And when things like hour changes, seasonal hour changes to our bin sites happen, and I find out through Councillor Pretko that it happened and not from a district identified person that should be informing me, so that I can get to the councillors and let them know. So the communication, I think, thus far has been poor, and I'd like to see it increase, and maybe a monthly memo or something that comes out from the different departments to the district councillors, just reiterating the changes that are happening, what's happening coming forward, so that we can communicate this properly through our only channels of communication. And that's basically what I've got to add. Just as district councillors, we need a little more communication from the department heads up at district so we can relay that information back to our local councillors. Thanks for coming out, Jeff.
All right. See no more hands. I'm going to say thank you very much. I can throw lots of comments at you myself, but most of them have been said or you've heard them from me. But I think it's unfortunate with all the good work that district does, and some of it actually to the benefit of our township, that it's a few sticky points that distract us from everything else. And it's hard to think about the whole overall balance when there's been a few miscues or miscommunications or misunderstandings, a few misses, I guess I'd call them then. But nonetheless, we really appreciate you coming today, and feel free to drop in on us anytime. Thank you.
Well, being here is part of improving communication and taking your questions, and I look forward to doing that again. Mayor Kreutzer, thank you for letting me take some time, and I won't delay your good work on planning committee any further.
Thank you. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the council adopts the planned agenda of Monday, November 13th, 2023, as circulated. All those in favor? I'm seeing more than enough hands to say that is carried. Thank you. Which means you're now subject to a little speech. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for one Shore Road closing of application. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed Shore Road closing being considered. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the applications, and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act of 2001 C-25 as amended to deal with the following proposed Shore Road closing bylaw. R23-01 for 247 Baxter Loop Road. To our clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was published in a newspaper, and notice is sent on the abutting neighbors in the close proximity of the property at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
And to our planning staff. Clerk staff. Oops, sorry. To our deputy clerk.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So the application is for SRA R23-01 for 247 Baxter Loop Road. The Shore Road Allowance has been requested by the applicants to construct a new dock. The frontage of the Shore Road Allowance for Part 1 is 25.4 linear meters at a cost of $242 per linear meter for a purchase price of $6,146.80 plus HST. The property is zoned shoreline residential type 1, exception 25, and there are no open building permits on file. We have an image of the location map here, as well as an aerial view. And we also have a site sketch showing all the structures on the property, as well as the survey. And the applicant, David Rampino, is present this morning, so I'm just going to bring him over if you have any questions for him. Thank you.
To our applicant, do you wish to make any additional comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, actually, I have no comments for the meeting. I just wanted to point out something slightly unrelated what the clerk had mentioned about distributing notice to the neighboring property owners. I'm not sure that the neighboring property owners did receive that notice in a timely fashion, as I just received a frantic call from one of my immediate neighbors to the south that they actually only just received the notice on Friday and had no clue what was going on. So I'm not sure how the notices were sent out, but not everyone apparently received them in a timely fashion. However, after explaining to them what was going on, they were fine with it and had no objections.
Okay, to our clerk.
Through your worship, the neighbors were circulated 30 days prior to the meeting by mail.
Yeah, so there might have been some issue with the delivery of the mail, but no, excuse me. I apologize. The notice should have been mailed out 30 days ago, and I'm sure it was.
I can't comment on Canada Post, but I'm not surprised.
I was just going to, sorry, if I may provide clarification, the envelope will have a date stamp on it with the postage, so they can see the date that it was sent out from the township office.
Okay.
Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this? Seeing no one saying yes, please, I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Jarvis, who's clearly the keenest. His hand is already up.
Yeah, it's not left over from the previous presentation either, which has been known to happen. Quick question, and I think I know the answer already, but the mapping that is provided looks like it's skewed. Is that once again a technical issue? Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, and I will just note that once again, communication seems to have been an issue on this one, and something obviously we need to address. Anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Any other comments? I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council passed the closing bylaw 2023-100 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original Shore Road allowance in front of Lot 38, Concession 9, being Part 1, Plan 35R-27210, formerly Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, the District Municipality of Muskoka, for 247 Baxter Loop Road for the purchase price of $6,146.80 plus HST. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. We have okay. I only see. Oh, one moment, please. I want to make sure we do the right speech. All right. And for all those in the audience, we have three items, and you're going to be number 3 because hopefully the first 2 will take less time. Only time will tell. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for 2 proposed zoning bylaw amendments and 1 official plan amendment. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meetings. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meetings was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to clearly state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Z 23-15 for 2507 Honey Harbour Road, Z23-18 for 182 High Street, and O22-03 for 6 Mile Lake. To our clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may have also been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay official plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, then any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
Okay. Item 1, zoning bylaw amendment file Z23-15 for 2507 Honey Harbour Road. To our planner, Ms. McCabe, please.
Good morning, your worship and members of council. If I could share my screen. Sorry. Get over full screen. Can't even see it now. Sorry, I apologize about that. There we go. I apologize about that. Technology. The application before you this morning is actually a Township of Georgian Bay application, file Z2315 for 2507 Honey Harbour Road. As you can see in the location map, this is the location where our current fire hall is located in Honey Harbour. A zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted by the township for the municipally owned property, as stated, 2507 Honey Harbour Road. The property to the northwest, known as 2529 Honey Harbour Road, which is in this location here, is a residential parcel. The existing house and shed were constructed in 1950 and are actually constructed almost entirely on municipal property. The intent of the application is to rezone a portion of the municipal property where the dwelling and shed are located from institutional to residential type 1 and sever the portion of land to merge with the neighboring parcel. The provincial policy statement includes this property in the community designation of Honey Harbour. Although it is within a community designation, it would be recognized as a rural area in the provincial policy statement. The lands subject to the zoning bylaw amendment request are municipally owned on private services, which are supported throughout the PPS. Planning staff are of the opinion that the zoning bylaw amendment application is consistent with the relevant policies of the PPS. District of Muskoka official plan designates this property within the community area. Section F3 of the Muskoka official plan provides policies and objectives of the community area designation. One policy in this section is to encourage the development of diverse, compatible land uses in close proximity to each other. Planning staff are of the opinion that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment will provide certainty that the boundary adjustment will be in conformity with the policies and objectives in the District of Muskoka official plan. The Township of Georgian Bay official plan currently designates the property as community and stated within the Honey Harbour coastal waterfront community, as noted on Schedule D of the Township of Georgian Bay official plan. The subject lands are being utilized as an institutional use, incorporating municipal fire services for the surrounding area. The zoning bylaw amendment is today to provide consistency with the uses on the subject lands, as well as the property to the west, which is a residential use and surrounding land uses. The amendment will define the land and the uses that are currently being undertaken. The zoning bylaw amendment is to provide consistency with the uses on the subject lands, as well as to the property to the west. The amendment will define the lands and the uses that are currently being undertaken. The zoning bylaw currently zones the property as institutional. Residential uses are not permitted, and therefore the property to the west is not in compliance with the zoning bylaw. However, would be recognized as legal non-complying. The zoning bylaw amendment will rezone the portion of lands, this portion here, that will include the dwelling and accessory structure to a residential type 1 or R1 zone, which does permit a detached dwelling and accessory uses. Planning staff recommend that the application be approved for the reasons that it is consistent with the provincial policy statement. It does conform to the official plans for both the District of Muskoka and the Township of Georgian Bay, and it complies with Section 34 of the Planning Act, and the application represents good planning.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any correspondence on file?
No correspondence was received for this application.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this file? Seeing none, I'm going to go over to Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Pedco, please.
Thank you. Just to the planner. So we're taking a portion of land that we own and severing it for residential use. And the land it is being merged with another parcel that this residence is on. So what will be the total parcel size after the merge?
I can find that out for you, Councillor, if you just give me a moment.
Just curious.
We're, through you, Mr. Chair, we're basically severing about 900 square meters to add to the residential parcel. And I believe if my memory serves me, the residential parcel at the current time is just slightly under 1 hectare.
So this would be in conformity with our
That's
our
correct.
current plan. Okay,
That's correct.
that's what I need to know. And then I just want to acknowledge we have already got agreement from, I think it's the province, with regards to the change of ownership of the parcel land that the fire station is on, right? Because there was an issue with actually who owned that land at one point.
Yes, all of that has been dealt with.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pedco, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, just to the planning department. So I know we'll be seeing this come back to us at least one more time for the severance. Are you expecting to come back more than once, or will we just have one more?
It is my intention just to bring it back once, just to the Committee of Adjustment.
Okay, and I guess, okay, yep. Thank you, that's it.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, just a quick question. Are we selling this parcel of land to the current or to those that will be receiving it, or?
I will let the clerk answer that question, as it is a clerk's department situation.
We are selling it because we legally have to transfer the land, but we're not selling it for a profit. We are trying to fix a boundary issue that exists, which has been discussed.
But there will be a monetary amount allocated towards the transition or the.
Well, legally there has to be.
Right.
This has been discussed in closed session, though, the amount.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the Council enacts Bylaw 2023-101, being the zoning bylaw amendment Z23-15 to further amend zoning bylaw 2014-75 by rezoning a portion of the property from institutional to residential type 1 or R1 in order to serve the rezoned portion, excuse me, sever the rezoned portion to merge with the property to the northwest currently encroaching onto the municipal parcel. All those in favor? And I'm seeing more than enough hands to say that is carried. Thank you. Okay. Next on our list is Z23-18 for 182 High Street. And Ms. McCabe, I believe that is you as well.
It is, thank you, Your Worship. This is the subject property of this land is in MacTier and has been subject to 4 consent applications. Prior to the registration of the 4 lots, the area of the land is 5.26 hectares and a frontage of approximately 453.73 meters on High Street in Mactier. The property is currently vacant land located within 120 meters of a provincially significant wetland on the west side of High Street, as well as the main CP rail line to the east. The surrounding area includes residential and industrial uses with large vacant parcels nearby. An application for a zoning bylaw amendment was received by the township on August 22nd of this year as a requirement of the approval of the 4 lots by consent. One condition that was attached to all 4 approvals was the requirement of the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone portions of the new lots and a portion of the retained parcel to environmental protection to protect the areas that have been identified as being sensitive land areas. As you can see on this map that's on the screen now, this was actually created by Azimuth Environmental, who did the environmental impact study in February of this year, and it was submitted with the proposal for the creation of the 4 lots. Key natural heritage features were identified, and they are now being part of this proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Should grading activities associated with the ultimate build-out of the severed lots occur within 28 meters of the defined wetland, which is, as you can see, follow my cursor there, that's the defined wetland boundary. It's recommended by Azimuth that appropriate consultation and/or permissions with the MECP occur to mitigate or offset potential impacts to the species. The provincial policy statement on matters of the provincial interest related to land use planning and development were taken into account with this application. The subject property is located within an identified settlement area known as Mactier. Section 2.1.5 and 2.1.8 prohibits development and site alteration within natural heritage areas or on adjacent lands unless it has been determined and demonstrated that there will be no negative impacts on the natural heritage features or their ecological functions. The EIS concludes that the proposed severances and future development area on the lots are configured to avoid areas of natural heritage constraint, including wetlands and potential species protected under Ontario's Endangered Species Act, and that the proposed development can be achieved with no negative impacts to the identified natural heritage features or their functions, subject to a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the sensitive areas as EP. Planning staff are of the opinion that the ZBA is consistent with the policies in the PPS. District of Muskoka official plan does identify natural heritage features in this area, and because of this, and due to the conclusions of the study that was completed, a zoning bylaw amendment is required in order to preserve and protect the sensitive land areas. Planning staff are of the opinion that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment will provide certainty that the new residential lots and the retained lot will conform to the policies in the District of Muskoka official plan, specifically relating to natural heritage features. The Township of Georgian Bay official plan designates the property as part of the Mactier Urban Center and further designated as residential unnoticed, as noted on Schedule C of our official plan. Section D149 states that prior to development or site alteration occurring on lands within 120 meters of a provincially significant wetland or PSW, that an environmental impact study is required. Planning staff are of the opinion by amending the zoning bylaw to address the environmental constraints on the new lots and the retained parcel, the policies in the Township of Georgian Bay official plan will be addressed. Finally, the zoning bylaw currently zones the property as residential type 4. A detached dwelling, secondary dwelling unit, group home, and home occupations are permitted in this zone. As the requirements of the zoning bylaw are being met and the requirement of a zoning bylaw amendment is a condition of approval for the creation of the 4 new residential lots. To protect this sensitive area that is identified on the map I've shown here, staff are of the opinion that the proposed development and zoning bylaw amendment conforms to the provisions of the zoning bylaw. Planning staff recommend that the application be approved for the reasons that it is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the official plans for both the District of Muskoka and the Township of Georgian Bay, and does comply with Section 34 of the Planning Act, and the application represents good planning.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any correspondence on file with regards to this application?
No correspondence. Oh, I lied. One letter, one letter of correspondence was received from the Ministry of Transportation stating their support of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Unfortunately, this morning, Mr. Mayor, the applicant has had difficulties in a situation at home, so he will not be here this morning.
Okay, thank you. I wish him well with that. Any members of the public who wish to comment? Seeing none, I'm going to go to our keenest counselor of the morning, Councillor Jarvis, with his hand up first again.
I'm just trying to ask questions while I'm still sharp. Okay, I'm sure after the next application, I'm not sure what's going to happen. Deb, quick questions. I noticed, I think I got two questions here. One, this property owner is severing 4 lots, presumably for development, which is fine. Is it understood that he would still be able to sever further lots from his property?
Through your worship, because it's in a settlement area, there is no limit to the number of lots that can be created. So if he decides in the future that he wishes to further sever the retained portion, that would be up to him as long as he meets the requirements.
Okay. The next question is, I see that in one of your maps, you indicate the sewage water hookups at part 1 of the severed lots. Is it envisioned that these services will be extended, and at whose cost?
Through your worship, yes, he is. The owner is in negotiations right now and discussions with the district, and they are working on extending that to the new lots, additional new lots, save and except the one that's already there, and it is all at the owner's cost.
I just begs one last question: is the existing dwelling hooked up to services or not?
Through your worship, from my understanding, it is.
Oh.
But there's like a gap.
Yeah.
In between.
Okay. Just curious. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions with regards to this application? All right. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council enacts Bylaw 2023-102, being zoning bylaw amendment Z23-18, to further amend zoning bylaw 2014-75 by rezoning a portion of the property from residential type 4, R4, to environmental protection type 1, or EP1, as a condition of approval for the creation of 4 new residential parcels. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay. And now we're on to item C, which is 6 Mile Lake, the application for official plan amendment. And just for everybody's information, we'll start with this, but before 11 o'clock, I am going to call a break for everybody. So we'll have a break in the middle of this. So you've already been warned. And with that, to our planning department, Mr. Kratke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With your permission, I'll share my screen. I apologize. I seem to be having a challenge starting the slideshow. Your Worship, councillors, everyone in attendance both here and online. My name is Jeff Kratke. I'm a registered professional planner fully employed at the Township of Georgian Bay. We're here today regarding an application to amend the official plan that was submitted by the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance. Their agent is Stefan Zerbak. He is also a registered professional planner. I wanted to start my presentation by thanking the public. The participation throughout this process has been truly remarkable, and I think regardless of which side of the issue the people are taking, their active use of their own time I think demonstrates the real passion that people have for their community, 6 Mile Lake. The 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance proposed an official plan amendment some time ago. The first public meeting took place in June 6th. The purpose of the application is an official plan amendment to clarify and enhance the policies related to the size of dwelling units on the shoreline of 6 Mile Lake. The effect of the revised application was to amend the wording of section F.5.9.7 in the official plan regarding the size of a dwelling unit, for example, GFA in width, where all of section F.9.7.3 is deleted and replaced with policies to guide development of shoreline dwellings or additions, and a new section F.5.9.7.5 regarding minor variance was added. The revised application shown to the right side of the slide was a result of a council-appointed planning mediator leading discussions between representatives of the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance and the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association. The official plan words are shown in black. The original black strikeout on this proposed amendment is the original deletion that was submitted by the Ratepayers Alliance. The words in red were added through the planning mediation that took place between the two associations. Upon receiving this information from the agent, I quickly indicated staff had some concerns. And internally, my colleagues and I discussed the revised application at length, and my colleagues shared my concerns. And the concerns could be summarized as that while the proposed F.5.9.7.3 in the revised application speaks to the notion of standards in the zoning bylaw and talks about what those standards might be, it didn't actually give any policy guidance for the creation of those standards. And the second very important concern was the addition of a GFA cap for all minor variances. And the concern is discussed more detailed fashion in my report, is essentially that it oversimplifies the notion of what a minor variance is. Minor variance is not strictly about size. It's also about process. And most importantly, it's about the tests of the proposed development under the Planning Act. And so staff was, and I am, concerned about that F.9.7.5. Council certainly does have authority at this public meeting under subsection 21.1 of the Planning Act to vary this application. And if council were to decide to vary this application, then the amendment becomes council's under section 17 of the Planning Act. So in fact, anyone who is here before you would have greater rights on a go-forward basis should you choose to vary the application. As a result of my concern and my colleagues' concern regarding the revised O2203 application, I proposed, and the representatives of the Ratepayers Alliance and the Cottage Association who had appeared at the planning mediation met with myself and with Derek on October 20th to discuss a different approach to the policies. And essentially what you will see on the right-hand side of the screen are words that, again, in black are the existing words of the official plan. In red are the words that came out of the mediation-led discussion between the Ratepayers Alliance and the Cottage Association. In green are the words that the planning department put forward, and certainly I wrote them, but all of my colleagues took active part in their development. And lastly, in blue, there are two words that the Cottage Association asked to be included at the October 20th meeting. And both Derek and I were supportive of those words, as was Stefan Zerbeck and Dan Orchard on behalf of the Ratepayers Alliance. It does not include that final discussion with respect to a percentage for a minor variance. The new policy F.5.9.7.3 and what I'm calling the OPA option that council might wish to vary the application with does refer to a number of key policies and terms used both in the Muskoka official plan and in the Township of Georgian Bay official plan. And I will say that those policies always guide planning applications that fall under the Planning Act with the exception of legal non-conforming uses. And Section D of our official plan is incredibly strong and in fact states that where there's a conflict between any section and Section D, the Section D or the policy that gives the greater protection to the natural heritage feature or the natural environment, as most people would call it, is the policy that takes precedence. So certainly this policy builds on that significant importance of the natural heritage. And lastly, it does speak to the character of the community, and character of community is a defined term in our official plan, and essentially means that as development takes place, it must respect the existing nature of the community. And so while a community can evolve over time, and certainly that's recognized in our official plan, it is not meant to say that a community would change immediately with the with applications that would simply be out of context with that community. So council does have options before it today. And those options essentially are to approve the application, where council would need to seek planning justification from a third-party planner, because I am not recommending that option. Council might refuse the application and continue to consider the size of dwelling policy issue in the upcoming official plan review, which is literally months away. It could defer this application, but I will remind council that we are past the 120-day objection period, and certainly the Ratepayers Alliance can at any time appeal to the OLT for a failure to make a decision. And lastly, council has the right to vary the application. And certainly, again, because of the need to be consistent with the PPS and to conform with the Muskoka official plan, my recommendations to council are either to refuse the application, and once again to clearly state there will be a fulsome further discussion of this during the official plan review, or to vary the application with the OPA option that is attached to my report. So my recommendation to council today is, be it resolved that council for the Township of Georgian Bay vary the official plan amendment proposed by the 02203 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance application regarding the new size of dwelling policies in the waterfront designated lands on the 6 Mile Lake inland waterfront community, with wording included in the attached bylaw 2023 XXX with my report as the OPA option, and that the Township Mayor and Clerk be authorized to sign the OPA, the Clerk to sign the certification of that OPA, and Township staff to apply to the District of Muskoka for approval of the OPA option. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My next question is wondering if we've received any correspondence on this file.
So one letter of correspondence was received from the District of Muskoka stating that the district staff has no objection in principle to the application as currently proposed. As of this morning, before the meeting started, so I'm going to say as of 9 a.m. on November 13th, 81 letters of support were received. Pardon me, I'm not going to read everyone's name. And 66 letters of objection were received. That is specific to this public meeting.
Thank you very much for that. And then I'm going to see what any members of the public wish to speak to this matter, and I'll start with the applicant. Whether or not the applicant or the applicant's agent wishes to speak to this matter. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Craig Wilson. I'm a cottager at 1042. My question might seem.
No, well, I'm giving the applicant first chance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. You'll get a turn if you like one. But when you get your turn, you have to come up to the mic. So to the applicant, that's you, Mr. Orchard. Do you wish to speak to this matter yourself or have your agent speak to it before? Okay, thank you. And he's actually now on screen. Mrs. Yerbeck, do you wish to speak to this matter or are willing to?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I may be so kind. Thank you very much. So my name is Stefan Sherback. I am a planner with Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. Good morning to members of council, staff, and the landowners in and around the 6 Mile Lake community. It's with pleasure that I'm here once again and pleased to advise council of the successful facilitated session that stemmed from your earlier discussions earlier, and essentially done to assist bridging the gap between the two organizations. On behalf of the RA, the Ratepayers Alliance, we wish to thank you for your support and direction. Reading the report and listening to Mr. Kratke's summary, he has correctly summarized the last few months of work. And really, in order to keep things brief, I'm just going to add the following. The RA and the CA, the Ratepayers Alliance and the Cottagers Association, essentially presented staff with a draft official plan amendment document based on this facilitated session. Subject to some additional minor wordsmithing, a few other changes were considered, and then the application was submitted to your staff with the revised wording. We specifically asked staff for their comments on this wording, their comments, their considerations, and suggested clarifications for these policies. You may ask why we did this, and more importantly, your staff are the gatekeepers of the Georgian Bay planning process. They must be comfortable with the wording and fully understand the intent and purpose of these proposed policy changes. As it relates to the policies, a planner, a landowner, they may not always agree with staff's interpretations. And in fact, council in some instances can also not agree with some official plan policy interpretations. But again, you are the decision makers and staff are there to provide their recommendations, professional recommendations to you when you're making a decision. The same holds true when we're dealing with two large ratepayers organizations. There are many people in these organizations who will have different interpretations and request additional word changes. It's very similar to individuals who have personal views on how a community should develop over time. Some people enjoy having a small 1,000 square foot cottage or dwelling. Others prefer larger 3,500 or more square feet to ensure their extended families can comfortably stay at the lake for the weekend. The same applies when you're considering things like accessory structures, boathouses, garages. We all have our different needs and wants for the specific properties. Official plan policies, in my mind, should not blur the lines between direction policies and any corresponding zoning bylaw provisions to carry forward these policy directions. So my point to you is that official plan policies do not and cannot take every scenario into consideration. It's an impossible task. Official plan policies correctly set visions, objectives, and tests for council and the public to review when you're looking at development applications. Reviewing development applications that simply do not fit the mold as described in your corresponding zoning bylaw. So I've read staff's recommended changes, and as a professional planner, I would respectfully agree with their clarification and the proposed modifications in front of you. The Ratepayers Association has also read the policies. I'm sure they've debated them amongst the group. I'm clearly not involved in their internal discussions, but I'm also pleased to say that they also agree with the revised version presented to you today. So in summary, Mr. Mayor and Council, this debate has gone on for far too long. It's time for a decision on this application and this debate. And on behalf of the Ratepayers Association, they would respectfully request that Council support staff's proposed revisions that are presented to you. And I believe it's attachment 6, revised 022-03, dated October 20th, 2023, that includes red font, green font, and blue font. I'm just making sure I've got the right document here. So the RA is supportive of this, and we respectfully request a decision. We ask that you not defer making a decision today, simply because you now have many professional planners, including your own staff, planners from the District of Muskoka who again have clearly stated that this conforms to their official plan and they have no objection to this. You have a former chairperson from the Ontario Land Tribunal with a legal background, Ms. Jacobs, who is a facilitator, who is also satisfied with the changes in front of you. So I can once again state as a professional planner that the changes clearly conform to the direction of the 6 Mile Lake Plan, which is entrenched in your official plan. It conforms to the other applicable policies contained in your current official plan, clearly conforms to the District of Muskoka official plan, consistent with the provincial document, the PPS, and more importantly, it represents good planning for the entire 6 Mile Lake community. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them, and I would respectfully request, if necessary or if required by you or council members, to respond to any other delegations as you see fit. Thank you once again for your time this morning.
Thank you. Okay, now it's time for the public, and for everybody's information, because not everybody can see everything. I think we have about 14 members of the public in chambers, and I think we have about 44 signed on as participants in this meeting that you don't see on screen. I'm going to start with the people in person, and then at a certain point we'll take a small break and continue until everybody in person who wants to speak speaks, and then I'm going to give everybody online a chance to speak if they wish to speak. I'm going to encourage all of you to be as brief and to the point as you possibly can, simply because if each one of you takes half an hour, I'm going home and going to bed. We won't survive. So I'm going to encourage brevity, but I nonetheless encourage you to speak your mind if you're so inclined at this time. And with that, I'm going for hands up. And sir, you in the blue vest, I'm going to take you first because you volunteered first, and I got my second volunteer in the back. So come on forward and up to the mic. And if you'd please identify yourself and your address and then make your comments. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Greg Wilson. I'm a cottager at 1042 Hungry Bay Road. My perception, and I did attend the June 6th meeting, is that the main focus over the years has been on square footage of cottages. But I have a different question, and that is if a cottager were planning to put a garage on the property, does this proposal have any implications for that? I know that there are requirements, restrictions, rules for building a cottage, but does it make any difference to that?
Mr. Crackley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, this would not make any change to that. The definition of gross floor area is not being amended through this application or through the proposed OPA option. And so it would still be subject to the existing zoning rules that govern garages. Thank you.
Welcome. Mr. Winterholt, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, residents. My name is Bill Winterholt, co-owner with my wife, Catherine Pounder, of a property at the south end of 6 Mile Lake. I submitted prior comments, written comments, and made verbal comments at the June 6th public meeting. On October 27th, I sent a covering email containing comments and a detailed planning analysis of the RRA's revised application, and including what is now being called the OPA option, which I became aware of a few days before the October 27th communication I sent. Basically, that planning analysis really looked at the effect of the two alternative revisions compared to the June proposed application that we all considered at the June public meeting. First of all, let me say that my prior comments and views on the proposed application remain the same. Just recently, a couple of days ago, in fact, I managed to complete an 8-page letter providing additional comments and including some comments on what we see before us in the planner's report. And really just addressing what difference that makes or what that adds to the justification or implied justification for this amendment. I remain opposed for predominantly planning and process reasons. I was a former director of the Cottage Association, and I think it's reasonable to say I was the member of the Cottage Association that devoted the most volunteer time and planning expertise to bringing the Cottage Association and the RA over a very long period of time. We're looking at 2017 to 2019 to get agreement on the survey, a lake-wide survey, focused on GFA dwelling size requirements. This July 2019 survey had a response rate or a response from about 430 people out of an estimated population property count of maybe 800 or so, a very good response rate. That survey was always considered to be a starting point to sort of scope out what the sort of thoughts and issues were among the lake residents. It was always understood that there would have to be further refinements and work to really arrive at what the community basically the predominant majority of the lake would support. I think it's unfortunate. Not too long after that process, the RA started to suggest different changes that were not supported by that survey, and in some respects claiming that they were. So in my view, the results of that survey have long been distorted. It's professionally disturbing to me to see the 29th survey results misrepresented or ignored, and to claim this amendment is somehow supported by those surveys results, because it is not. 64% of 6 Mile Lake landowners said they wanted retention of the GFA limits. For 6 Mile Lake, you can read question 9 in that survey. The clear indication is they were referring to the official plan and the zoning bylaw. They were not asking you to split hairs and take those fundamental policies out of the official plan and leave the zoning bylaw exposed. If I may say so, that question 9, in my mind, was the Graziano question, because Councillor Graziano, who was at the time one of the founders of the RA, I don't think it's unreasonable to tell you that, he put on the table very early his view that the 6 Mile Lake official plan should not have GFA limits. So obviously, to put that issue to rest, the two associations agreed that it was sensible to put that very question in the survey in a very clear form. And that was done. Any initiative that starts with the deletion of those limits is not supportable unless and until it is adequately demonstrated that this 6 Mile Lake opinion has shifted. No such evidence has been produced. The CA president suddenly reversed direction at the June 6 public meeting and chose to no longer be guided by the 6 Mile Lake community's choices, but instead to adopt the objective of making peace with the RA at whatever cost. That may be a personal or political objective, but it is abandonment of the CA's impartial planning duty, in my view. Given the CA's about face, several of us have tried to find and engage the others who need to be involved. Where is the representation of that view, represented by some 42% at the very least of respondents who said they were perfectly satisfied with the existing plans and zoning limits, or in fact, in some portion of them saying that they ought to be strengthened. That's a substantial view that needs to be represented and is not being represented here, other than our efforts to bring that to this table. Proposing this deletion of the GFA limits in the official plan without being transparent about the true purpose of that action, what should follow in the OP or zoning bylaw, is at least bad planning, and if not outright dishonesty, in my view. Planning staff made several attempts through their July 11th and August 15th reports to persuade council to address the RA concerns in a proper planning process, namely through the imminent 2024 official plan review. Instead, council directed that an inappropriate two-party secret facilitation process funded by the township take place, thus making the township complicit in ignoring the clear direction from the 2019 survey. And by the way, that survey was reviewed and endorsed at the time by the township's planner in the summer of 2019. On August 15th, a majority of councillors expressed the view that after a successful facilitation, the RA and the CA should or would understand the need for them to each obtain approval or buy-in from their members for the facilitated version of the RA OPA. Not to say, not even to mention this notion of an OPA option. And where is the buy-in for that? No such consultation by the CA was carried out, despite councillors' stated intent, and several statements by the CA president that he would do just that. The RA filed its revised OPA on October 12, 2023. And by the way, just in response to the RA's consultant's comment, where is the report from the, now we're hearing that this person that did the facilitation is not a mediator, but a planning mediator. Where's the planning justification report from that individual? I've not seen anything tabled in that respect, and that should be before us, if that's being touted as part of the justification for this. The RA filed its revised application, and I made comments on those, as I mentioned, on October 27th. Those comments are attached now to the planning report as attachment 2. After a thorough review of this October official plan amendment and its additional or adjusted words, my planning conclusion is that the revised OPA, including the OPA option, is not significantly different from the June OPA. More specifically, the words added to this section of the plan do not counteract the negative impact of the continuing proposal to delete policy 5973 and its building size limits. Specifically, the new policy words make no planning difference. All versions continue to propose the unacceptable deletion that I referred to of F5973, which makes those different options virtually identical and unacceptable. The proposed added reference in policy F597.4 to maintaining and enhancing the natural form of the area adds nothing that is not already included in the requirement that the visual impact will not be significant. Just think about it. You're staring at an application. You're looking at the visual impact, requiring it not to be significant. Are you going to think something further or do something different with the notion that you're maintaining and enhancing the natural form? No, that's absolutely a part of the visual impact, or should have been, and it should be. So we're adding nothing by adding those words. The proposed addition to policy F597.4, stating that a variance has to be in accordance with all other applicable policies of the plan, is already included. For any section of the plan, has to have regard for all other sections. That's made clear already in policy A22.7. So at best, you're referencing something that's already in place. It does not counteract the effect of deleting GFA limits in the official plan. We've heard what's been made of the RA's proposed new policy F597.5 to put a 25% limit on what GFA increase may be considered to be minor. Staff told you that they do not support that. It's not included in the OPA option. However, it was touted by the president of the Cottage Association as the major benefit of his shift away from the 6 Mile Lake community wishes. My opinion, based on my planning analysis, is that none of the revised OPAs, including the OPA option, will be effective at countering the loss of the clear numerical guidelines of policy F597.3. If the RA wanted to make a sincere and serious effort to achieve adjustments to the 6 Mile Lake dwelling size standards, many of which are alluded to or supported at some level in the survey that we've been talking about, they should have proposed only those official plan numerical modifications required for that limited purpose. The best way to consider the RA's concerns is in conjunction with the 2024 official plan review. Dealing with such a broad lake-wide amendment through the private application of a limited interest group that has not provided either adequate planning justification or evidence of general public acceptance is a terrible precedent. There is also a serious deficiency in the November 13th planning report that we just heard presented, in that it does not address the planning merits, i.e. the planning justification of the subject RA OPA or the OPA option, take your pick. In the highlights section, the planning report stated that 2 options have planning justification under the Georgian Bay official plan, namely refuse the OPA and deal with the dwelling size matters in the 2024 official plan review. That's what you should have been doing all along. That's what you should still do now. Or adopt the OPA option. The claim that the OPA option has planning justification under the Georgian Bay OP is not supported by any planning analysis in the staff report or elsewhere, other than the conclusion that it is consistent with the PPS and conforms with the Muskoka OP. But that is not justification. It's already been established that the RA's planning agent has also provided no justification for any of the RA OPA versions, other than the bald statement that he is not relying on the Weatherall report and that it is a technical OPA. Interestingly, we didn't hear that repeated today. We just heard some comments about how people want different things, have different objectives. It's all beside the point of trying to address planning justification. And on the point of a technical amendment, I think that's been clearly dismissed. It is not a technical amendment. My planning opinion is that both the revised OPA and the OPA option, which both delete section 597.3, would significantly weaken the township's will and ability to achieve its OP objectives. Report 2023-203 seems to be also suggesting that the mere use of policy phrases or words that are also used in the Muskoka OP or the Georgian Bay OP makes them automatically clearer and less subjective. Consistency with a senior official plan or parts of the Georgian Bay official plan is merely one of the necessary conditions. I've reviewed the above noted uses of the policy phrases and words included in the OPA option that are used in the Muskoka OP or elsewhere in the Georgian Bay OP. In my opinion, these phrases and words added into the OPA option are still extremely subjective terms, and their use in the Muskoka OP or elsewhere in the Georgian Bay OP does not magically make them sufficiently specific. I continue to endorse my previous analysis now attached to the planning report as attachment 2. What's the point of having that attached to the report? It hasn't been addressed in the report. It is unfortunate that township planning staff seem content to not seriously address the lack of planning justification for any of the RA OPA versions, including the OPA option. A starting point to a proper planning justification for the OPA option or any of the other RA OPA versions would be to address why the outright deletion of a fundamental policy section of the 6 Mile Lake Waterfront Community Plan should be considered by any reasonable person to be a sensible starting point to the limited zoning bylaw adjustments that the RA claims they want to pursue. Transparency and sensible planning on the general matter of dwelling size would start with continued broad public consultation on the rationale for underlying dwelling size controls, alternative control mechanisms, specific size aspects, potential adjustments, impact on related environmental character and aesthetic controls, and so on. The issue of cumulative effect, badly pronounced, needs to be considered in maintaining clear dwelling size limits in the OP. On a one-off basis, size requirements don't matter a whole lot. On a cumulative basis, it's important to have a grip on what's being allowed in terms of all of those shoreline impacts we've been talking about. A proper process having regard to all these considerations can't really be directed by a narrow interest group, but at a minimum by a broadly representative committee with sufficient and continuous township planning involvement to keep that committee and the planning process on a proper public interest track. The RA has demonstrated by this application once and for all that it is not the organization to lead the required balanced planning process for 6 Mile Lake. Unfortunately, by its recent about face, the Cottage Association has also shown that it can't be relied on to represent the totality of views existing on 6 Mile Lake. Given the muddle created by the RA's ill-considered and unjustified OPA application, the 2024 official plan review is the obvious mechanism to take over this dwelling size issue and give it the balanced, open public consideration required. As an aside, to this RACA secretive self-serving process has been totally at odds with the community planning process guideline document recently drafted by an ad hoc planning expert committee assembled by Councillor Cooper. with representation from those familiar with the steps taken to formulate and adopt the current community plans. That community planning preparation guideline document was interestingly actually presented to Planning Council on July 11th, concurrent with the Planning Council's consideration of an additional effort by staff to get council to put this process on the proper track in conjunction with the 2024 official plan review. This RA-driven process is 180 degrees opposite to all of the principles and requirements of that guideline for supportable community plan amendments. In summary, my firm view and advice to council based on all of the foregoing points and those made or alluded to respecting this application and connected matters, and based on all the documents that I've referenced, such as the 2019 survey, the records and analyses, etc., of that, is that the RA, OPA, RA revised OPA, and the OPA option all be refused, and the matters of dwelling size and limits on 6 Mile Lake be considered during the 2024 official plan review. Thank you for considering these comments and my recommendations regarding this OPA application 02203.
Thank you, Mr. Winterhold. Anybody else in the room care to speak to this matter? Okay, I see. Actually, we've hit 5 to 11. We're going to take a break because that was a 20-minute session. So we're going to take a break, and let's come back. Let's try to come back within 10 minutes. Thank you.
I don't know if it's just me, but I don't have any audio here.
Oh, well, we haven't missed anything yet, Councillor Bocek. Okay, good. You can hear us now.
I'm flattered you called me sir, your worship.
You know how much trouble I have with your last name sometimes.
Well, I know I should have given you lessons. Mr. Mayor, council, staff, fellow 6 Mile Lake residents, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak this morning. I'm Harold Toiviainen. I am the president of the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association. Someone told me when I got this job, I was going to have to grow a thick skin. So I will start my remarks by saying, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. In June, we delegated before you and asked you to defer your vote on this OPA because we realized that the only way we were going to move forward was if we could find a win-win solution. Our lake has struggled over this issue for almost 10 years. We've seen a great amount of angst and division, but the worst casualty of this debate has been an increase in indifference. People are tired of hearing about this issue. On the one end of the continuum, people are worried that lake character and environment will be destroyed by bigger cottages being built. While they acknowledge that the current OP is dysfunctional, they fear change and therefore prefer the status quo because, after all, it seems better to be with the devil you know. At the other end, people are fed up with the myriad of red tape, time, and cost involved in building their homes and are annoyed that it seems that those with enough money can just bypass the system and get whatever they want. And then there's that big swath of people in the middle who are sick of the rancor and just want both sides to settle their differences and move on like cottagers should. Now, on the surface, one might believe that this issue before us is simply about removing the cap numbers from the OP found in F5.9.7.3. But there are nuances to considering what is being proposed, as opposed to what we currently have. Assuming you accept the revised wording, which according to Mr. Kratky was the option that said vary the application, you have basically 3 choices today. You can vote yes to vary the application, no to keep the status quo, or yet again to defer the decision. And I want to examine those 3 just for your benefit. So let's look at the yes vote, vary the application. Despite claims that this revised OPA is no different than the previous one tabled in June, we strongly beg to differ. The original SML RA application called for removing F5.9.7.3, and our board was against that because our concern was that while they were removing something, they were putting nothing in its place to strengthen the OP. The problem was removing OP caps in the official plan, the 6 Mile Lake plan, would allow later removal of those caps in the zoning bylaw. So then let's talk about our facilitated discussions. During the first 3.5 hours, we argued back and forth about keeping or removing that cap number out of the OP. And we got nowhere. And I went home and reflecting later that night on those arguments, I recalled Mr. Sherbach saying some important things. First of all, he said their intention was not to weaken the OP policies, but to make them stronger and clearer. I also carefully considered the advice from our facilitator, Ms. Sarah Jacobs, who, as we all know by now, is an expert on the OLT, having sat on the board for a couple of years. And particularly, she knew how they came to their decisions. She also convinced my vice president and myself that the cap number that existed in the OP did nothing to provide any strength to when put against OLT appeals. In fact, history has shown that fact to be true. So when we came back and we reserved our discussion a few days later, I presented a proposal on the feedback several planners had given me that illustrated how we could strengthen the OP and make it clearer while at the same time removing the cap number. Mr. Orchard and Mr. Sherbach listened to us. And after a few hours of wordsmithing, we settled on a good compromise. The township planning staff then put their own spin on it, resulting in a document that I believe provides so much more strength than the status quo. And that's really what we're talking about, status quo or new, better option. Firstly, while the cap is no longer there, GFA caps are not only enshrined in the OP, but point out the importance of those caps when that are contained in the zoning bylaw. So GFA caps are not going away by removing that number from the OP. The many loopholes found in the existing OP have now been removed, which will assist the township in defending and possibly winning future OP appeals. There is much more clarity about what must be considered when a minor variance is taken into account. Especially the one that I like the most is the strong emphasis on environmental policies. Is it perfect? No. But it's a lot better than what we have and represents a positive step forward that is in line with the direction that our planning staff are going to be taking in, as I understand it, at least in the 2024 revision. I think the most important part is we've started, myself and Mr. Orchard have started conversations about how we can work together early in the new year to start roughing out the sort of things that we need to consider in the zoning bylaw review. But all of that would come to an end if this application is voted down, because the RA will be preoccupied with their OLT appeal. And I believe there will be an OLT appeal if it is voted down. Consequently, the mistrust due to the antagonistic climate in our community will continue, and that will exacerbate possible progress in the township OP and zoning bylaw review. It's not just about the cost of an appeal, but it's also about the cost of a lost opportunity to move the ball further down the field. For years now, respectfully, you councillors have been saying to us that you will only act on the 2019 survey recommendations when both associations come together with a common solution. Well, we've done that. We've started a process, and we're going to carry on and continue that process. And I'm optimistic that we're on the cusp of something good that can change our community and provide that solution. I'd hate to lose all of that now after having worked so hard to achieve it. So the third option is deferral. We had accept the proposed wording, vote it down or refuse it. The third one is deferral. There's some people that are starting to say that it would be better to defer this application so that these changes can be dealt with when the township conducts its review beginning in 2014. But I want to warn you, at this stage, a deferral is really the same as a no vote. Because as I understand it, the RA will no longer patiently entertain deferrals, but will exercise their right to go to the OLT. As I've already said, voting for the amendment will not prevent other good changes to be made when the review takes place. The two are not mutually exclusive. So why risk losing momentum by delaying a decision? I believe some people have an impression that when this review takes place, the township planning staff will come up with this wonderful package with a bow on it and will solve all of our planning problems. Well, I have tremendous faith in our planning department, planning staff. I don't think that's realistic. We have to wake up and realize that years can go by before anything material happens with this review. And certainly, you may be out of your term before we finally see the results of what's being talked about. So it's time for us, Lake residents and council and staff, to roll up our sleeves and work together, work with the planning department hand in hand. Our community must take initiative and not delegate our responsibility for participating in these necessary changes. We urge you to close this chapter today so that we can come together as a community to work on the zoning bylaw, and that's really where the rubber is going to hit the road. There will then, at that time, please excuse me, there will then at that time be sufficient opportunity for comprehensive and cohesive community involvement. Through focus groups, town halls, and surveys, we will determine what sort of size caps most of the community will be comfortable with. And here's the good idea. We can also save the township valuable time and money by helping planning staff through volunteer committees so that we can get this job done and done well. I ended my last delegation in June with an appeal, and I'm going to do that again. To all 6 milers, first of all, my appeal is that time has finally come that we put an end to the squabbling that is damaging our community, and we concentrate on how we can work together to preserve, protect, and enhance the lake that we love. So as promised, I won't sing my final words, but I am an old hippie, and a lot of those songs really ring true in my heart. Come on, people now, smile on each other. Everybody get together, try to love one another right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I think, though, I'm not sure you were a hippie when that song came out. I think you're still in the single digits age-wise. Yes, ma'am. Your microphone has to be turned on.
Oh, thank you. I'm not used to speaking in a venue like this. My apologies. My name is Stephanie Plew. A lot of people on the lake know me as Stephanie Warren. I have been on 6 Mile Lake for 50 plus years since I was a child. And I'm currently a property owner at 195 Sanctuary Road. And I'm frustrated and I'm sad and I'm here seeking understanding because I don't understand why this application has not yet been rejected. I am not a planner, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a counselor, I'm just a person, a cottager. I've read countless pages of reports and documents from your website. They're not written in a way that's easily read by the common person. And yet I was diligent and worked my way through them. So I feel I have some understanding of what's going on. I attended the town hall organized by the Cottagers Association. Mr. Kratky did a wonderful presentation for us there. Mr. Kratky and Mr. Whitlib and Mr. Jarvis and Mr. Predko were all kind enough to take time from their busy schedules to speak to me. And yet I still don't understand. I don't understand the benefit to the 6 Mile Lake property owners of removing the quantifiables from the official plan. I don't understand what happened on June 6th when council ignored the communication from the community. 157 people asking them to reject the official plan amendment presented by the RA, and only 56 asking them to accept it. I don't understand. The township planner stated that there are hundreds of people not represented by the two organizations. And yet, council still sent those two organizations into closed door negotiations. The CA did not have a mandate from its members. I'm one of them. I've been one of them for years, strong Cottagers Association supporter for years, but they didn't have a mandate from their members to participate in mediation or facilitation. Other members of the community tried to be included, but were denied. This should have been a public process. Council members, Mr. Mayor, repeatedly reiterated that the RA and the CA would reach out to their members, that at some point the organizations would involve their members. I don't understand why that didn't happen. I hear people say these two groups represent the lake. To my knowledge, there's no evidence on record of the number of RA members that own lots affected by this amendment. Without those numbers, there's no reason to validate the RA's representation of the lake. The public doesn't know how many property owners they represent. Yet, in my mind, they've been given special consideration in a closed door facilitation funded by taxpayers' money. I don't understand why this was allowed to happen. I've heard people say they're only inches apart in early summer. Again, there was no evidence of this before the facilitation. To my knowledge, they were still at opposite ends of the spectrum as of August 18th. The RA were standing firm on removing the quantifiables, as Harold mentioned, and the CA were standing firm on retaining them. In reality, they were never inches apart. They were never even close, as evidenced by the attempted mediation by Councillor Graziano. To my knowledge, the RA have presented no justification or benefit to removing the quantifiables. OLT cases will not be reduced. Mr. Kratky assured us of that. And there was no support from the 2019 survey to remove them. The 2019 survey, the support from the 2019 survey was to relax them, not remove them. As I said, I still don't know of a valid reason for removing the quantifiables from the official plan. So again, I ask you, please reject this application in all its revisions or variations or options, and consider the matter in the overall 2024 official plan review. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of council and township staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I promise to be brief and to the point. My name is David Jordan. I am the co-owner at 119 Big Rock Road. Our cottage was built in 1975 when the plans examiner and the building inspector were the same person. Things were much simpler then, as were the needs and wants of most individuals. Today is a different story. To be clear, I support the amendment to this OPA for the following 4 reasons. First, the 6 Mile Lake community has endured over a decade of debate on this matter, and the community as a whole needs this to be resolved. The world seems to be endlessly divided on so many matters. We all could use something positive to take place. This would be the beginning of a healing process on the lake to bring the 2 cottage associations further together to work in unison for the best interest of the members. This is long overdue. Second, the official plan, from many professional points of view, is an inadequate policy document that does not achieve what the lake community requires in this day and age. The current OP carries hard numbers, which of course is council's prerogative to allow, but the hard numbers are outdated and do not facilitate the needs and wants of those that want to improve or upgrade their properties. Third, this township can no longer afford to spend taxpayer money at the Ontario Land Tribunal defending this official plan. The current official plan actually encourages those that cannot get a permit with a few variances to apply to the OLT and get whatever they want. Those that would successfully defend this outdated OP are actually creating the scenario where unwanted development will thrive, and that 6 Mile Lake will no doubt become the next Lake Joe or Lake Rosso as a development playground only for the rich. Lastly, this community and its respective elected presidents of both cottage associations, with their myriad of professional advisors, including numerous planners, and the township planning department, and our ward councillor, for the first time in many, many years, have come together and have actually agreed on the new wording for the OP. As a council, I believe your decision on this matter should be clear. Approve this OP amendment, and let's collectively look forward to a better future. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. So far, you have the record as the shortest presentation, other than the first. Yes.
Oh my gosh, I've got the wrong glasses. I was a real hippie. Let's make sure this is.
Are you going to sing to us?
I'm sorry, what?
Will you be singing to us?
No. My name is Kathy Pounder, and I live at 88 Hemlock Hill Lane on 6 Mile Lake. I'm co-owner of that property with my husband, Bill Winterall. I have a master's degree in urban and regional planning and over 12 years working in planning for large and small municipalities and the Niagara Escarpment Commission. I've prepared official plans and reviewed them throughout my career. I'm going to try and keep my comments focused. I would again urge council to reject the OPA option and reject revised OPA 022-03 and instead consider the RA's concerns in the 2024 official plan review. I do not believe that the proposed OPA option or any of the other proposed OP amendment versions that delete policy F 5.9.7.3 should be approved by council for the following reasons. Firstly, Neither the applicant, the Ratepayers Alliance, nor the township has offered any planning justification for any of the versions of the OPA that delete this policy. This is critical. How can you approve an official plan amendment that offers no reason for the amendment? The RA has not provided any reason for the urgency in getting this application approved, and no reason why their concerns should not be considered in the comprehensive review of the official plan scheduled to begin in a matter of months. If you talk about the economics, why should we go through two processes when we should really be going through one comprehensive process, looking at all the concerns and taking time to make a considered opinion? My fourth point is that the poor language of the policies and insufficient and inappropriate policies don't make up for the loss of the clear numerical caps that now provide guidance for achieving the goals of the official plan. They may change. We may change the size of the caps. We may eliminate them altogether through the official plan process, but that's the process where it should be considered. The OPA option assumes that the changed or new policy wording has provided adequacy policy guidance to compensate for the deletion of the caps. The present policy, F5.9.7.3, is the main policy that defines or operationalizes the reference to overly large cottages and addresses the goals and objectives of the official plan regarding the environmental preservation in the 6 Mile Lake waterfront community. The stated goal of the 6 Mile Lake waterfront community is to provide land use planning policies that protect the natural heritage and aesthetic integrity of 6 Mile Lake while accommodating a limited amount of development. With regard to the new F5973 in the OPA option, it directly addresses aesthetic integrity of the natural heritage and the character of the community. None of those words refer to the environment. It's the aesthetic integrity of the natural heritage. Natural heritage is in there, but we're talking about the aesthetic integrity. I've seen a couple of comments that have been sent into council and heard one reference to policies about the environment in the OPA option. I see none of that. Those statements are not policies that operationalize the goals of F911 that I just read to you. On the contrary, the guidance of the numbers has been lost if the OPA option is approved. Seems to me to be self-evident that if increased development is permitted, there will be a greater effect on the lake environment. However, we've been given no information about what is proposed in any amendment that the RA is contemplating to the zoning bylaw. How are we to know what magnitude of change is being contemplated? And if we don't know, how can we make any realistic evaluation of the potential impacts these changes in the official plan will have? 6 Mile Lake has the worst configuration in terms of water to shoreline ratio that you could imagine, has a large shoreline with many inlets, bays, and therefore less capacity to absorb development than similar sized lakes with, for instance, a round simple shape. The 6 Mile Lake environment is already experiencing blue-green algae blooms. We heard somebody, I I think it was at the the town hall, thank you, Stephanie, that spoke about 3 blue-green algae blooms in their one little bay this summer. There have been threats from invasive species, zebra mussels, Eurasian milfoil. We depend on this water for our drinking water. We use it to swim in, boat in, fish in. The wildlife we enjoy depends on it. There are threats to our various tree species. Beech, hemlock, maple, all have viruses, infestations. And due to climate change, increased temperatures have reduced the ability of the lake and the natural environment around it to deal with these and other challenges. There is a relationship between greater permitted gross floor area with the amount of disturbance on a lot and the ongoing contribution of a dwelling to environmental impacts on the lake environment. The disturbance of vegetation, the removal of trees and shrubs, the greater septic flows, the increase in pathways, the increase in boat traffic, added phosphorus. The policies that are proposed to be deleted, the caps, to gross floor area, provide operational guidance to the goals and objectives of the official plan with regard to aesthetic qualities, but also with regard to the protection. The caps now provide operational guidance to the goals and objectives of the official plan with regard to aesthetic qualities, but also with regard to the protection of the natural environment, water quality, the wildlife habitat, fisheries habitat. These protections will be lost. The OPA option has provided policies that refers to visual impacts, the aesthetic integrity of the natural heritage, and enhanced natural form. But there are no new policies to address the loss of the environmental protection that is provided purely by having the numbers in the plan. Many of the comments sent in opposition to the OPA in June noted their concern with the environmental integrity of the lake environment and the loss of Section F5973. The concerns and comments of those who wrote in opposing the OPA June 9th have not been considered or addressed. Finally, I want to point out that the OPA will not be finalized by the time the official plan review is initiated in the summer of 2024. It's important that the 2024 OPA review process not be compromised by this unjustified OPA. Please vote to reject both the RA's amended OPA and the OPA option and allow the community to proceed in a fair, open OP review process. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, my name is Brian Edmonds. I'm a 6 Mile Lake resident. I'm speaking today on behalf of my spouse, Helen, and myself. Helen is the landowner in our family. For me, this has been a very weird summer and fall, quite frankly. I attended all 3 summer council meetings. I read all the staff reports and council resolutions. We sent council 4 letters and much more, including time with Mr. Gratzky, for whom I am very thankful. And yet, I'm still left with so many questions after all of that. I'd like to give you some examples. Why did the RA, the Ratepayers Alliance, file an application to amend the OP only without also filing a complementary application to amend the zoning bylaw, or in some other way, make it clear to all of us its whole plan for the lake, so it could be debated all at once? Why did the CA, the Cottagers Association, ask its members to write to council urging you to reject the RA's application at the June 6th meeting, which 156 of us did, and then take a left turn at that hearing and pursue a different course? And why has council accorded the RA any credibility whatsoever when it has not disclosed on this application a variety of things about its membership? Mr. Sherbeck said today that 2 large ratepayers organizations were involved. In my submission, there is no evidence on the record in this application about the RA in that respect. How many 6 Mile waterfront lots does its members own? How many members own those lots? Does it have members who don't own lots? And if so, what is the nature of those members? Why hasn't council been offered the transparency, this transparency, by the applicant? I don't get it. The June staff report stated that there are likely hundreds of property owners within the 6 Mile Lake community that are not members of either the RA or the CA. And yet, on August 15, with respect, council enabled a 2-party facilitation between what I would call the opaque RA and the CA, thus taking a public process private. And on the topic of the facilitation, why did the CA write to council on August 18 saying 4 times that it would not negotiate the removal of GFA cap numbers from the OP, and yet within weeks they turned around and did exactly that? And why did the CA write to the 6 of us on September 1st about the upcoming facilitation and say, and I quote, "We are adamant that if some consensus is obtained, we must have a poll of the lake to see if it is supported by the majority of the lake population," unquote. And yet no such poll was ever conducted. The comment that's been made today that both associations have come together on a common solution is just not true. Several of you said on August 15, you made it very clear in my submission that if the RA and the CA negotiators reached a deal, they must get it ratified or approved by their members before coming back to council. No such ratification was obtained by the CA, not of the September deal that led to the filing of the RA's revised application, and not of the second deal, the October 20 deal described in the November staff report, which resulted in an agreement on a 3rd form. We have to remember there's 3 forms of OPA wording, now called the OPA option. Why didn't they do what you ask and get member buy-in before coming back? You said in the August 15 resolution that you did not have to abide by whatever the outcome of the facilitation was, and I urge you today to take that option and pay no attention to it. Further things that just remain unclear to me. Why, when the OPA option, that 3rd form, was agreed to on October 20, why didn't the RA incorporate it into a 2nd revised application and file it? Was it because that would render the October 12 filing of its 1st revised application and the public notice of it and this hearing today moot and require a new 30-day notice to the public and a newly scheduled public meeting? The RA's application is brought under Section 22 of the Planning Act, a procedure which was described in the June staff report as not typical, and in the planner's November report as giving him pause. But 1 week ago, last Monday, when the November report was released, council was presented with an option that layers a 2nd unusual process in my submission on top of the 1st. And here's how I understand what it is. This time, as I understand it, it's a township action under Planning Act Section 21 to vary the wording of the RA's pending revised application, and adopted the varied wording today. with no further public notice, just 1 week. No previous communication from the township to the public includes these three things: the wording of the OPA option, the proposed use of it by the township under Section 21, and the fact that that strategy is being recommended. No public notice of those three things went out before last Monday. Is this procedure that allegedly bypasses the full 30-day public notice requirement, because it's stated that you have the power to do it today, is that really available to council? I understand the township might have a legal opinion on this process. Is it in writing? Is it from a qualified senior lawyer? Have you read it? Are you comfortable with it? Because in my respectful submission, it's a pure point of law. With respect to the facilitation, we heard today a couple of things about that. One, the president of the CA referred to getting advice from the facilitator. The facilitator was hired by the township to facilitate negotiations between two parties, which she did. The public, hasn't been presented with either her retainer agreement or any report by her. But what we know of the public record is that she was a facilitator to assist negotiations. She was not retained by the CA to provide them with legal or planning advice. Period. So relying on the advice of a facilitator who wasn't retained or paid for by the CA as being an excuse for a change in direction on the facilitation, it's just not a reasonable explanation, or an explanation at all, for what went on behind closed doors without the public or the members being involved. The other comment that was made about Ms. Jacobs was made by Mr. Sherbach, who said, as I understood his comment, that Ms. Jacobs, the facilitator, is satisfied with the changes in front of you. I don't think there's evidence of that in the record. Ms. Jacobs put 7 hours in facilitating in September. I understand the first week of September. The first deal was announced later in September. It was the revised application. At most, the evidence might show that she had some involvement in that. But then that wording of the revised application was not accepted by planning department, and a third wording, the OPA option, was created, and there's no evidence in the record that Ms. Jacobs had any involvement in that or gave it any approval whatsoever. So lastly, to finish, what I really don't understand about all of this is why, when we are within months, because I understand it's the first quarter of 2024, when we're within months of the 2024 OP review, why are we all still spending time on the RA's application? Please, don't be daunted by threats of appeal to the OLT. I know it's expensive, I know it's a pain, but you're in the planning business and that's a cost of doing business. You can't let people threaten you with appeal. You've just got to call their bluff, do what is right, do what's good planning, and deal with the outcome. So please choose the option that was recommended in the June report and is still put forward in the November report. Reject this application in all its forms and invite the RA to join us at the table for the 2024 OP review. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, then I'm going to switch it over to those online. And if they could be, I see 3 hands have been up for quite some time. If those folks could be brought over, I would appreciate it. Ms. Boyd. Can you unmute yourself and go ahead with your comments?
There I am. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And I'll keep my comments brief. My name is Barbara Boyd. I'm a cottager for 20 years on 6 Mile Lake. I own 232 and 233 Sugarloaf Lane. I'm a longtime member of the Ratepayers Association and the Cottage Association. I've served for many years on the Cottage Association board both as a member, a director, and as a volunteer. And finally, I love and care about the lake. I just want to say that I fully support the proposal as presented to council for the same reasons so very well articulated by David Jordan and Harold T. I'd also like to call out something, though, that's often shared as evidence of the lake community's opinion, and that's surveys. I've participated in all the surveys, and respectfully to the board volunteers who do those surveys, I found many of them to be skewed to answer in the way that the people writing the surveys wanted people to answer. And so I would just counsel that when you're relying on these surveys that have biases in them, it's not a great way to make a decision. And so I just want to make sure that I call that out because we've heard that in a couple of statements that have been spoken. And then just finally, I'd like to acknowledge the in-depth work that's been done by qualified planners, consultants, facilitators, township regions, and both cottage associations. I know this is an emotional issue, but we need to look at the people who are experts in there, and they've put in a lot of work. And so I do encourage council to accept the proposal that you see before you. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you very much for your remarks. See Michelle.
Hi there. So I didn't plan to speak today, so I haven't prepared as polished a statement as many of the speakers before me. Before
you go
Sorry?
ahead, please give us your full name and your address.
Yes. Okay, so I'm Michelle Poirier, and I'm a cottage owner at 503 Berwick, and I've owned the cottage since 2016.
Thank you.
And since 2016, when my husband and I purchased on the lake, we were immediately bombarded with these, conflicts on the lake since then. And it sounds like that have been going on since before that. And frankly, it's exhausting. And I, for one, wish we could put it behind us and move forward positively. I'm someone who tries to be engaged civically. And so I've tried to follow these proceedings. I've read everything I could, and I've attended the meetings. But I, like a previous speaker, find it confusing as a layman who is not a planner or a lawyer to try to understand the intent behind a lot of these changes. And so I just had a couple comments and questions. So I think I just want to applaud the two groups for finally coming together and finally having dialogue, which seems to have moved forward to at least find some commonality. And it may be that is the best path forward, but it feels like this forum is not the time and place to make that decision with sounds like an official plan review scheduled for this coming year. It seems like it's putting the cart before the horse, and it doesn't feel appropriate. The Ratepayers Alliance, which I'm not a member of, is made up of good people, and some are friends and neighbors, and people just have different opinions. But I think some of the points made by others where it's unclear as to who each of these groups is representing. As a member of Cottagers Association, I too, I participated in a survey several years ago, and I don't necessarily feel that survey outcome is still consistent with what's being proposed today. I think a survey should be done by the township of all the residents in an objective way to get their opinions or to get a vote on proposals. One question I had is, if this were approved today, does that preclude a change being made further at the official plan review that comes next year? Could a decision be made today that then, through official planning with more engagement for more lake members, be changed? And my second question is just, I think it's unclear to me why a group like Ratepayers Alliance can put a proposal. Like, I don't understand how they can put a proposal through that would make a change for the entire lake community. You're perfectly valid to put a proposal through that affects your own property, but I don't understand how this could be something that affects the whole lake community, or how they could have appeal rights with the Ontario Land Tribunal. That just mystifies me. I feel like a change to the official plan should be made through the same process this original official plan was developed, which is through this formal township-led process. And then just finally, I just, out of curiosity, with all due respect to Councillor Graziano, who I completely applaud for his efforts in bringing the two together, I just wonder, would it be appropriate for him to recuse himself from a vote on this issue, given that he is a property owner and has been involved with Ratepayers Alliance in the past? I just put that out there as a question. So my other question being whether the OPA could be changed further at the process that happens next year. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to pass your questions over to Mr. Kratky.
Thank you, Your Worship. Unless council specifically passes a resolution adopting a terms of reference that would prohibit discussion of a particular group of policies, the official plan review is open to the public to raise the issues they wish to discuss. So regardless of what council decides today, everyone would have the right to raise questions, comments, thoughts during the official plan review. I believe your second question was, Michelle, would you be able to help me out with your second question?
Oh, I was just asking about whether Councillor Graziano should or would recuse himself from a vote, since he seems to has been involved, from the Ratepayers Alliance and is a property owner on the lake, and so has a vested interest in the decision.
Wait. I want you to answer.
Generally speaking, the caveat is I'm not allowed to give advice, so I can't tell anyone sitting at this table how they choose to just declare any conflicts. But it's generally understood that members of the council will be making decisions about their community as a whole. For example, on Wednesday, we have budget coming up that impacts them directly as well as constituents and property owners, but they are permitted to make those decisions. If it was an application that was specific to a councillor's property, that it directly impacts them or what they are trying to do, as this is a general community-based application. It's not specific to one member of council, therefore there isn't a direct conflict.
Thank you. All right. Louise Lawrence, please. And if there's any other attendees who want to speak, could they please put their hand up? Thank you.
Hello, am I?
We can hear you.
You can hear me, good. I would like to make just a brief statement today. My name is Lise Lawrence, and I'm a property owner at 1229 Whites Falls Road, property on 6 Mile Lake, and have been there since I was a small child. I think I could speak for a number of friends I've been speaking to that this issue has dragged on and people are tired of it and they would like to just get it wrapped up and over with. However, I do applaud the sense of reconciliation between the two cottager groups. That's very positive. I am in favor of any kinds of reconciliation and working together. However, looking past all those things, I'm focusing on one thing today. Our planner, the planner that has been hired by the Township of Georgian Bay and is working for the township, representing the best interests of the township in planning, has recommended to refuse both the amended application and also the OPA option. And he is the planner who has far more expertise than any of us here at the table. And I don't know why we would go use political ends in voting on because you want to make more peace in the community. why do I not just accept the expert opinion of our planner? And that is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see one more hand raised in our attendees, please. Vince, if you could please identify yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Yeah, like many others, I was not going to say anything today, so I did not.
Vince, could you please give us your full name and your address before you go ahead?
Sure. My name is Vince Hossick. My address is 654 Bayview Road. I don't have anything prepared, so I'm just going to continue on here. I share that property with my sister and our children. I've been a member of the 6 Mile Lake CA board and I've volunteered for many years. I'm a second generation cottager. My parents bought the property in the 50s as original owners. And my hope, honestly, is that my children can enjoy a similar quality of life growing up that I did. Now, it's going to be different for sure. We don't live in the same world that we did 25 years or 50 years ago. I support the initiative because it brings progress to the process. I grew up with my parents and 7 brothers and sisters in an 1,800 square foot house. I would suggest that this is not the way many multi-generational families live today. And with respect to larger cottages, what is more important to me personally, you know, having children and hoping that my children one day will have children, is more visual impact. It shouldn't be, I'm allowed 2,200 square feet and I got to make that work, or 4 bedrooms, or 3,000 square feet. It should be what is visible from the lake. If I can afford a larger cottage, I can afford trees. And think trees should be planted. So I think that needs to be the number one goal in this, not necessarily square footage. But I do definitely support moving this progress forward. It's been 10 long years, and I prefer to be at the cottage to have a good time and not argue with neighbors. So thank you very much.
Anyone else on our attendees that want to put their hand up? You got 30 seconds, give or take, because I didn't set a stopwatch. Not seen any hands raised. I am about to turn it over to council. But before I do that, I want to thank everybody who has written us, who's attended today, who has spoken, whether they attended in person or online. I greatly appreciate it. Obviously, this is a matter of great interest to 6 Mile Lake, and I think it's I think I'm speaking for all of council that we all greatly appreciate all the input, because it helps inform us, and whether your input was relatively straightforward, taking somebody else's note and adding your name, or writing us many pages, all of it is appreciated, and I want to thank everyone for that input. And now I'm going to turn it over to council with their questions and comments, and see if, well, you can determine whether they actually heard some of what you had to say. Council, who wants to stick their hand up first? Oh, well, so then I will now call for the vote. Okay, I'm going to make 1 or 2 comments. I say I've mentioned how much I greatly appreciate all your input. My one question to our planning department, if we wanted to wordsmith this by changing, let's say, 1 or 2 words, is that an option to us as well, or do we have to stick with your option if we're going in that direction? If spelt with capital letters.
So if you were to make word revisions, my opinion had not been given on those revisions. If they were something that I can reply to, then you would have my opinion. If I could not responsibly give you an opinion on the spot, then you might be proceeding without an opinion, in which case you would perhaps need to seek consulting advice. However, if after the meeting I gave it further consideration, I may certainly be able to support it. What I will say is that the document that is attached as a bylaw for the proposed OPA option would clearly have to be amended.
Fair enough. Thanks very much. With that, I'm going to go over. I saw Councillor Graziano's hand, followed by Councillor Predko.
I'll conclude if that's okay. So after Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I was hoping to kind of be able to add on to other people's comments rather than take the lead on this. But obviously, I think all of council has had a lot of inquiries from different people on 6 Mile Lake and other people inside our township. And we're trying to work towards the best decision in an imperfect situation where we have an OPA amendment in front of us that needs to be considered, and it hasn't come through the normal channel through the community. And my questions and notes are over 2 different pieces of paper here this morning. So I'm going to just try to be brief and not sound like I'm scattered, which is where these things are right now. But I would like to note that in the June, I think it was mentioned back in the June 6th meeting, about 74% of the respondents that sent correspondence to the township were opposed to the amendment. While there were, I think, about 25% less correspondence for this meeting, 45% now are in favor, are opposed to it, and 55% are now in favor of the wordsmithed option that we have before us. So there has been a shift in the community, and I think that's partially maybe people are getting tired of talking about it, and maybe there has really been an appreciation that the 2 presidents of these organizations have tried to accomplish something that is more meaningful to the community than just removing the GFA number from the official plan. One of the things I can comment on is working on the Committee of Adjustment, and we're looking at the totality of applications that come before us. GFA is never singularly the issue that's before us for consideration. It's always a combination of GFA, lot coverage, width, setbacks, and there's also the visual impact and the natural heritage aspects that are on the lot. So in terms of what I think they've accomplished in the option that Mr. Gracke has put before us is really giving more importance in the official plan to that natural heritage features. And I think, and this is where I think if we're looking at wordsmithing anything, I would like to clarify that this means it could include naturalization, renaturalization of the property, not just preserving features, but also in re-enhancing. And I think one of those important aspects is to ensure that we have a shoreline that is not going to suffer from runoff and is not going to allow contaminants to go back into the lake and also cause erosion. So if renaturalization was a specific feature of that natural heritage feature, I would be more positively inclined to consider this option before us today. And I think that's about it. I don't know, Mr. Gracke, if you have a question, a comment about that being added to your list of items in the section. I don't have the number right in front of me, but the section with your naturalization or natural features. Mr. Crackey.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the intent of the second sentence was just that. So where I wrote preservation of or proposed new native shoreline vegetation combined with increasing setbacks from 6 Mile Lake may provide an opportunity for increases in the size of dwelling. So that was the intention of that second sentence in the policy.
Okay.
But certainly if that's unclear, that is the intention.
So yeah, I guess either new or restored would be, and that's strictly from the experience that we've had with different properties. That's all for now.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to request a little bit of latitude. I did write out my thoughts and have also added additional thoughts from comments today. I received an email from a respondent who voiced his opposition to the proposed official plan amendment. In his email, he advised that he believed in democracy. He also did not believe that a small group, in particular, quote unquote, a secret organization, should be able to mandate its preference to the majority. The irony of this statement piqued my interest and is the root of my thoughts today. During the SMLCA AGM, a total of 70 attendees were present, minus us councillors. A motion was moved by a small group against the OPA, receiving 35 votes for, 25 votes against, which included the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association Board, and 10 abstentions. To put this into perspective, 35 6 Mile Lake Cottager Association members supported a motion against the proposed OPA changes on behalf of the remaining 330 members that they hold, plus or minus a few, or 1,530 6 Mile Lake inhabitants. And my math was about 800 cottages, averaging 2 people per cottage. So after lengthy consideration, today I'll be bold enough to say that I agree with his statement. The group of 35 is nothing more than a small group of cottagers who are seeking to perpetuate tensions on 6 Mile Lake while also seeking to stall an evolution that is long overdue. It's worth noting that we received 81 letters in support, including weeks of multiple phone calls that I've taken, with only 66 against. To contrast this, in our previous Planning Council meeting, we received 157 letters against and 56 for. So clearly, according to my math, 91 or 58% of previously concerned constituents are no longer concerned, and rightfully so. Only 3% of 6 Mile Lake's total population objects to the joint RA-CA agreement. As the writer who I cited earlier stated, he also believed in democracy. In a democracy, we elect leaders to represent us. The same is echoed within our lake associations. Every year, AGMs are called, whereby members have an opportunity to democratically elect their association board. These elected board members make decisions for and act on their members' behalfs. I recently witnessed democracy at the 6 Mile Lake CA AGM, whereby the same small group ironically voted in the new board, which is the same as the previous board. As such, the past and present board opted to join in a mediation and came out with an agreement that was supported by all. They're here again today, as we've heard from Harold, advocating for the support of the OPA amendment. Democracy has clearly worked and continues to work. In conclusion, although a small group seeks to disrupt the return of harmony on 6 Mile Lake, based on my conversations with neighbors and 6 Mile Lake constituents, the overall community supports the joint efforts of the two lake associations. Now, if I may, I'm going to add, and these are the points that I've written. To address a misconception, 64% cumulatively of the 6 Mile Lake who did participate in the survey did wish to keep GFA in. That is correct. This OPA change does not take GFA out. However, what was failed to be mentioned when citing this information was that in all responses, the lake community wanted a cap to be increased. This OPA is the first step towards achieving their directives. Some have argued that an OPA plus ZBL, a ZBLA, should happen in parallel. While everyone has the right to the opinion, we have heard from planning staff that either approach is a valid approach. Further, I ask the rhetorical question, why make things more complicated by including a ZBLA rather than addressing an OPA after which the community can get involved in the zoning bylaw amendment? And lastly, there was a concern with regards to me recusing myself. And I have no conflict here. I legally removed myself from the board of the 6 Mile Lake Cottages Ratepayers Alliance well before this OPA application ever was applied to. And I'm not a member of either association. And as such, according to my municipal lawyer, I'm in the clear and I can vote on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now in the council stage. So Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzer, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to state unequivocally that I am not a member of either association, but I think both associations will recognize that I support their efforts when they come to me with issues of concern, and I certainly do take my time to hear them out. I did reach out to former councillors Wianco and Hanson, both who were board members of the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association at one time, to get their feelings and to hear them out. After a good conversation, we don't differ a lot from our thoughts, just how we apply this and how we move forward with this, and at what stage do we make changes. I can tell you I'm disappointed in some of the things I heard today, such as, you know, changing the gross floor area or changing the bylaws are going to increase things like zebra mussels, I heard. Not a good case. You know, blue-green algae blooms caused by changing the wording in the official plan. Again, not a good use. We know that due to lack of acid rain and the calcium not leaching from the granite rocks anymore, that yes, the lakes aren't as acidic and we get more blue-green algae. So I wish people would stick to the facts and not fabricate things so we have a clear indication of what their thoughts are. This is a tough one, and this is something that council is being posed to engage and make decisions on. And I do believe that the ability to challenge any decision made today will come next year when the official plan is reopened up and re-looked at, and there will be all kinds of time and comment at that point. But this has been hanging over this community for a long time. When I go up to 6 Mile to watch fireworks, or I go up for a regatta, or I go up to see friends, all I hear is this: it's not why you're cottagers. That's not why you're here. Enjoy yourself. Let's put this behind us. And if there's a need to reopen this again next year and look at it again next year, well, the ability is going to be there when the official plan opens up. But I can tell you unequivocally, this councillor has studied and spoken to enough people that he's able to make a decision today based on all the information he's heard. And I know it won't be a unanimous decision at council, but like Harold Toivonen said, we have to have thick skin. Sorry for messing up your name, Harold, but we'll call you Harold T. We have to have thick skin, and we have to make decisions that aren't exactly popular with everyone. And that's my comments, and hope to engage with this again in the future.
Councilor Jarvis.
I'll try to be brief, but I'm sure you'll appropriately cut me off when necessary if I start rambling on too long. One,
you start at 12:23.
First off, I really appreciate the planning expertise brought to this table by Jeff Kratke, and I really am thankful for his report. Two, I have found myself moving between approving and not approving based on all the comments that have been brought forward today. Everybody has brought forward very, very good arguments for their case, and I really appreciate that, but I'm totally confounded by it and wish I had the wisdom of Solomon in a situation such as this. I do have a couple questions for you, Mr. Kratke. One, I too am on Committee of Adjustment, and I found many cases where a GFA number is specific to a community plan, because that's where they are. We find quite often that people are requesting significant changes to their properties and that GFA. So my question here is, if we remove the GFA here, it has been noted on numerous occasions that it is specifically stated elsewhere in our zoning bylaws that there are restrictions on expansion or size of dwellings. In this case, does that apply?
The short answer is that you would still, if you had varied the OPA option, be adopting a new policy approach, which didn't specifically in the official plan give a number guidance to the gross floor area. Instead, you're using a policy direction to indicate that whatever gross floor area numbers are ultimately in the zoning bylaw would be consistent with your policy guidance that's being discussed today. I wish I could be more clear than that, but I think I will add that you noted there have been some incredibly large changes in gross floor area. Many of those are associated with legal non-conforming applications that come before the Committee of Adjustment, which do not, under the Planning Act, they are not tested by the official plan policies or by the zoning bylaw, because it's a recognition that the legal non-conforming rights predate the planning that is now in place. So those will continue, and nothing that's been discussed here today would change that.
Mm-hmm.
It would take a very different approach, which we may discuss during the official plan review.
Right. So, okay, just to clarify on my own behalf here, there's no zoning bylaw that states in the 6 Mile Lake community area that the GFA is 275 square meters.
Yes, there is, but there is nothing in the policy option that you're contemplating today, or the revised application that's also before you today, that would obligate you to make any amendment to your zoning bylaw. That's not to say you could not decide to amend your zoning bylaw, but there is nothing in either one of them obligating you to do so. With the exception that the wording of F.9.7.5 would, because there are permissions in the zoning bylaw for legal non-conforming expansions that go, I believe, already above 40%, that's permitted as of right, and they would not have to come to the committee. So there would be a need for a zoning bylaw update if you went forward with without my recommendation and approved the revised 02203 application.
Could I just request, okay, so for example, at Committee of Adjustment, we get a 6 Mile Lake application to increase a property that is, let's leave the legal non-conforming out of this. This is property that would be recognized as being legal in its own standing to begin with. And if we had a request to increase a building to a size, let's say 40% larger than 275 square meters, where does a planning recommendation stand on that? I guess the only way I can sort of ask the question. I know we have to make the decision at the Committee of Adjustment, but where would planning come in on that?
The bylaw would not be changing today. The policy that's before you in the OPA option may actually be more strict in some respects, where a development was taking place close to the lake,
right,
than would your current policy. But this would also give a greater recognition as large lots would come forward to providing a greater flexibility.
Right. Okay, so, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So within your recommended F 5.9.7.3, your first sentence, dwelling must respect the aesthetic integrity and natural heritage and character, ... We've been over this, I know, but when I see words like that, to me, it's a generalization. It doesn't give specifics. And I think what we're all dealing with here is the removal of specifics. Not that they've been particularly helpful based on my experience at Committee of Adjustment anyway. But when you've got something that says dwelling must respect the aesthetic integrity, who determines aesthetic integrity? It's very much a subjective term, is it not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the policies of both the district OP and the township OP do speak to this matter.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are many policies that staff can rely upon to avoid subjectivity and remain objective. There is no question, though, that this is a very different approach. So on the one hand, where you're using numbers as guidelines, and they are just that. And I think it's important for everybody to remember, as I pointed out on June 6th, that Section A of the official plan may have been overlooked in the past. And those numbers in the official plan are guidance. They are not the same as numbers in the zoning bylaw. The numbers in the zoning bylaw that exist today would still exist until some future date. The policy guidance is a different approach, both being valid. The planning justification report that was submitted with this application suggested to council that numbers were not a good way of giving policy guidance. I disagreed with that, and that disagreement stands. However, the policy that I've put forward is relying upon that justification, which is also valid. So I don't disagree that you can do policy in two different ways. What I disagreed with was the statement that you can't use numbers in policies. So I think this policy that we've worked on, and certainly with the further revision that has been talked about, and I'd like to, if I have an opportunity, to wordsmith it back a little bit. But I think that this policy is strong. It will allow planners to give opinions to council where a zoning bylaw or further official plan amendment is applied for, or to the Committee of Adjustment, with the exception of legal nonconforming, that have a strong respect for the existing community character, the natural heritage resources that are so important to everyone on 6 Mile Lake. And I think also this notion that the goal of the plan for the community, which was sometimes, I think, a little bit overlooked because it's right at the start and people were very focused on this. This brings the goal right back into the actual size of dwelling policy and says that goal is important. It's in this policy.
Can I go on, Mayor? It is true, though, outside of the community plans, we look at an overriding municipal policy with regards to GFA. And if I recall correctly, because on Severn River, for example, I don't think there is a specific GFA, correct?
Correct.
So I thought. Okay, I'll make one last statement on this. I appreciate once again what everybody's done here, and in the absence, and I think that's what I really am concerned about, is the absence of a full survey of the community as a follow-up to this recommendation. So I think there's a shortfall. Otherwise, I really appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors Hazelton and Cooper, do you wish to make a comment? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be very brief. And I want to thank everybody that put a huge amount of work into this. So thank you for that. A lot of effort. Doesn't take away from some of the concerns that many people have raised. And I'd just like to comment that, you know, we've been talking about things like size caps as opposed to numerics. Size caps are, I consider a cap, not a flexibility. So when in my community in Cognachine, they put in size caps that for the most part, with a couple of exceptions, have been adhered to. And the legal counsel that we had, planning lawyer that we had, who worked on our official plan and zoning bylaws, suggested putting size caps in the official plan for a very good reason. It's sort of belt and suspenders. You're going to really nail it down. It's a size cap. It's not flexible. It shouldn't be flexible. So I am in favor of that. But I guess really what I'd like to say is that there's a lot of things that go with making changes to community plans. And as you know, I did a bit of a study on that subject, and along with some very helpful people. And I think that one of the things that could be considered here is perhaps approving what is being suggested, but with a condition. There's a survey. People haven't been consulted. You've got some, 100 here, 90 there, but there's 800 residences. It isn't a very good sampling. So I can't support it in its current form. In a conditional basis, with a survey, I could. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton. Do you wish to comment? All right. Well, then I'll make a few comments. As everybody else has said, I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and it feels like forever, though I don't think it's been quite forever, but I think what's important to me when I review all this is it says very clearly in the first paragraph that the dwelling size is regulated in the zoning bylaw through a combination of restrictions on total footprint, gross floor area, width, and height. In other words, I think this policy is saying very clearly we need gross floor area in our zoning bylaw. So to me, I don't think we've thrown out the baby with the bathwater in that respect. Now, that number may change over time, depending upon everything, but I appreciate that. I also appreciate that in this amended or option, I guess we call it now, the OPA option, there is direct reference to things like the aesthetic integrity of the natural heritage, the character of the community, the preservation of natural shoreline or restoration. So all this extra wording in my mind is greater guidance than the prior original version that basically said GFA was the measure. I won't say full stop, but that was the emphasis, because the numbers made that an emphasis. I am going to ask one question, an edit that I would put in if I had that ability, but I want to get Mr. Kratky's comments. In the very first sentence, you say the size of a dwelling, this is in 5.9.7.1, size of dwelling combined with its location on a site will have a direct effect on the visual impact of development. I would love to see the word visual replaced with the word environmental, because I think visual is too narrow. And I'm wondering whether you would be able to say yay or nay to that today if we went down that road, or if that's something where you'd want to go back and study very carefully. Because I'd like to see this whole official plan make reference to the entire environmental stuff, not just the visual. Sir.
Thank you, Mayor. In one of my first drafts, actually, the word environmental was used, and one of my colleagues pointed correctly to our official plan wording as not really defining it. I do agree with you that I like the use of the word environmental, and I would be happy to give my support to visual and environmental impact of development. I'd also I've had an opportunity to give more thought to Councillor Predko's notion, and I think he's absolutely correct on further looking at this, that, you know, the wording speaks to preservation and proposed new, but it didn't speak to the opportunity potentially for restoration. And so rather than an or and an or, I would hope that we might be able to say preservation, comma, restoration, or proposed new.
Thank you. My overall reaction to this is, in spite of what I think are important reservations that some residents have, I think that this is actually an improvement over what was there before. I think it actually is in many ways stronger or more restrictive than what we had before. I think this better expresses what I think I've heard from most residents, the yeas and the nays, that they want to protect 6 Mile Lake. And I think, and to me, environmental protection is key. I really do believe that. And so I'd like to I'd like to discuss with council those two possible edits now, the adding of the environmental and adding of the word restoration. But the other thing I want to respond to, and I've heard this from a number of residents and I've heard this from a number of councillors about doing a survey. I'm not in favor of that. And it's not because I don't want to hear from our residents, but I believe I've heard from somewhere in the range of a quarter of our residents, in the sense that if there are roughly 800 properties and we've had roughly 200 pieces of correspondence, I think we've heard, oh, by the way, we've had more than 200 because some people wrote 2 or 3 or 4 times. I'm not trying to double count them because I know our staff is very careful not to make somebody worth 5, because even though I appreciate the additional comments. I think we've heard from quite a few people. I think we've also, in the survey of 2019, roughly half, I think a little over half the property owners responded. And I, as much as some people criticized that survey, I think it gave us a sense of what people wanted. And I don't think that has changed significantly in the last 4 years. I believe that the majority of residents want to protect the lake as it is now, while allowing some expansion with some of the dwellings that are currently existing or being replaced. And I think that we as a council, it's up to us now to make a decision on behalf of our residents based on all that we have heard over the last 5 years that I've been in office, and certainly prior to that, it was 4 years in the Committee of Adjustment, and I was certainly hearing input through the Committee of Adjustment. So I would like to propose, with the clerk's cooperation, 2 minor word edits to the what I guess we'll call the recommended motion here, and that would be to add the words environmental and in front of the word visual on the which is in the second line of 5.9.7.1, and then in 5.9.7.3, the sentence that starts with preservation, I think preservation, comma, restoration, comma, or proposed new native shoreline. And I'm going to let's have a second round, and if anybody who wants to comment, because then what I'm going to suggest, and I don't know if I'm allowed to do this or we need somebody else to move it and second it, that we amend the proposal recommendation of our planner with those additional, I guess it's 3 words. And if that carries, then we'll call the original vote. Does that make sense to our clerk?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, let's do a second round and see whether we can get closer to actually having a vote and seeing how it turns out. So I'm going to start with Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll make my my question a brief one. If I can request that perhaps Jeff reiterate what it is that we're making a change in its entirety, and so we can hear. And then my question is, and it's directed to both Harold and Mr. Zubrick. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing his name correctly. What their thoughts are with respect to the changes made, and if there's any issues. Because if we have the associations an agreement that the changes are minor in nature and they don't change anything, rather they strengthen things, I'd be very much supportive of it. The other final comment that I'd like to make is I would, regardless of when we take a vote, like to call for a registered vote. Thank you.
A recorded
A
vote?
recorded vote,
On,
yes.
on both the amendment and the final?
No, on whatever we vote as a final.
Oh, we don't have, I don't need a, okay, all right, thank you. A simple yes or no would suffice, or a song.
Ladies and gentlemen, no, we are delighted with the amendments. We think they're very well thought, and I wish I'd have come up with them myself, but there you go.
And I'm seeing a head nod from representatives of the RA. Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments? So if I understand our clerk correctly, I don't have to call a vote on doing the amendments because we're just going to add as amended to the motion that I'm going to read. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Predko.
So just really quickly, Councillor Graziano asked for wording clarification from our planner.
Okay,
Should we have that first? Thank you.
Okay, fair enough.
As I understand the wording that is now before you, the first sentence of F.9.7.1 would read, "The size of a dwelling, combined with its location on a site, will have a direct effect on the environmental and visual impact of the development." And the rest of the policy in that subsection would continue as written on the page. And again, as I understand F.5.9.7.3, the first sentence would remain as it was on the page. The second sentence would start preservation, comma, restoration, comma, or proposed new native shoreline vegetation combined with increasing setbacks from 6 Mile Lake may provide an opportunity for increases in the size of a dwelling.
That is certainly what I intended. Councillor, are you ready for a I'm going to read the motion and then we'll see if there's any final comments and then I'll call the vote. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the Council for the Township of Georgian Bay decided. Okay, yeah, got it. No, sorry. I just, my grammar had interfered for a moment. I apologize. Yeah, okay. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the Council for the Township of Georgian Bay decided to vary the official plan amendment, OPA, proposed by the revised 022-03 SMLRA application regarding the new size of dwelling policies for the waterfront designated lands in the 6 Mile Lake Inland Waterfront Community, with wording included in Bylaw 2023-103 as amended, attached to the Development Services Staff Report 2023-203 as Bylaw 2023-OPA option, and authorizes the Township Mayor and Clerk to sign the OPA in Bylaw 2023-103 as amended, the Clerk to sign the certification, and the Township staff to apply to the District of Muskoka for approval of the OPA option. And over to the Clerk to call the vote, please.
Let the record show that Councillor Graziano has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote? Yes. Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion is carried 6-1.
All right. That matter has now been resolved to this level anyway. More opportunity with our official plan review next year to further refine. And I want to, again, thank everyone for all their work on this, all the input, and I'm going to say all the patience with each other as we went through this. It's greatly appreciated. And with that, I'm also going to call a lunch break. And I'm going to say that we reconvene at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, will we be reconvening in COW or in council?
We have more planning council to do, so we'll be reconvening in the same connection.
Right. Thank you.
Good. Now, by the way, we are expecting Greg Mason from the Biosphere this afternoon for an item that's on our committee of the whole. So if we don't get through all of planning before he needs to leave, we're going to cut out and come back. But hopefully, hopefully the next few files won't take quite as long as the last one. All right. So, and with that, now that we're back in action at, let's call it 1:32, we have 4 planning application staff reports. And the first one being zoning bylaw amendment application Z23-20 for Tsunami Investment Corporation. And Ms. Swanfor, I believe you are presenting the next couple of files, are you not?
Through the chair, yes. I'm just going to share my screen. I have a small presentation. Through the chair, the applicant is proposing to remove the hold from the subject lands to facilitate future development in accordance with the Township's Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2014-75. The subject property is vacant and forms part of Wild Goose Island, which is situated between Roberts Island and Honey Harbour. The lands are characterized with a mix of natural vegetation consisting of granite rock, low-lying plants, and mature trees. In accordance with the recent survey, the lands have an approximate area of 14,369 square meters, with 12,376 square meters being located above the 177.4 contour, otherwise known as the high water mark. The lands are legally described as Part 2 on Plan 35R 23761, part of Wild Goose Island, formerly Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, District Municipality of Muskoka. These lands have no municipal address. The property is designated waterfront and located within the Honey Harbour coastal waterfront community. The lands are identified as having moderate to high archaeological potential and are located within a provincially significant wetland known as the Roberts Island wetland. The island also abuts Type 1 and Type 2 fish habitat. The subject lands are zoned Shoreline Residential Island Type 1 within the Township's Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw. In addition, Section 18.1.2 of the zoning bylaw identifies all vacant patent lots on islands not zoned natural state island or natural state conservation as having a hold, shown as H2. The sole condition for removing the hold is completion of a survey to confirm the lot area above the specified contour and to confirm the location of the high water mark. The applicant has provided staff with a survey of the subject lands that was prepared by a registered Ontario land surveyor that identifies the high water mark, current water level as of July 26, 2023, and the area of the lot above the high water mark. Therefore, the condition of removal has been satisfied. No development is being proposed as part of this application, as confirmed by the applicant in this letter. More specifically, the applicant wants to remove the hold to eliminate what buyers might perceive as an impediment and improve the lot's markability. Staff are recommending that the hold be removed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess in this case, it's not a public meeting, so I can go straight to council. Unless. So, council, any comments or questions, if you wouldn't mind? Oh, I guess, Councillor Jarvis, you're going to be the leader yet again.
Thank you. The pictures you showed, one of those photos was a photo of a dock, and I believe that dock is part of Part 1, which is the other application and not this application. I just need that clarified because my look at the overhead of this island via Google shows no well, another, what might be a dock, but not that dock. That dock is, I believe, part of part one. Can you clarify for me?
Through the chair, the dock shown in the site photos from 2022 is attached to part one, not this,
Not this application.
not the property subject to this
This
application.
Okay.
Yes.
So, which brings me to another point. I think we, was it the Moreau application a number of years back? We note the high water mark, and we know, and I fully understand that the requirement for lifting a hold is a survey. But when I look at the overhead of this island, I get concerned about dockage. If the water goes down 2 meters, is there adequate dockage for this property? And if there isn't, what are our liabilities should this island be sold with us having lifted the hold on it for development when development can't take place? Maybe more than can be unpacked with this application, but I am concerned.
Through the chair, so there is no development being proposed at this time. However, future development will be subject to site plan control. Issues regarding water levels and access to this property will be addressed at that time.
Okay,
And there could be potential in the future that they need perhaps a minor variance to allow for a larger dock for reasons of shallow water.
Okay, so we've had 2 instances. We've had the Morrow application, which was defended by the Eastern Georgian Bay Protective Society. We have a piece of property we're still dealing with for which there was no access after it had been sold. And I do not want to have to go through a process of providing through dredging or whatever, some means of getting to this island if it can't be achieved. And if it gets sold by the current owner on the assumption that it can be developed, which we would be giving him by lifting the hold, then the next owner shoulders the liability of trying to get access to the property and could leave us holding the bag on this, and I don't like that. And why is there a hand at the back of the room? But okay, that's where I'm at on this. I know it's got nothing to do with lifting the hold, but it's stuff we've got to consider here.
Through the mayor, excuse me, to Councillor Jarvis. No, and I think we have to be careful here not to add additional criteria for lifting the hold at this point. I understand the concern, right, in terms of notwithstanding the survey, is there, will the future development be either constrained in some way or have a negative impact? We can't predict at this time what that future development would be. There is developable space on that island. It may not be for 5,000 square foot home though. So the expectation is that someone coming forward will work within the constraints of the available shape of the building envelope that they have.
Not my concern. My concern is not what can be built on, it's getting access to the property.
Councillor Jarvis, you do recognize that the way our bylaw is currently written,
I know.
the condition for lifting an H2 is having
A
a
survey only. I acknowledge that, but it still doesn't reduce my concern over our liability in lifting the hold. It's implicit on us, I think.
But Councillor Jarvis, I'm going to repeat again.
Okay.
If you are encouraging council not to approve the lift of the hold for reasons other than what's in our bylaw, you're exposing us to significant, any appeal on that would be, we would lose.
It's been so recorded, but I am concerned.
Sir, this is not a public meeting. Do you wish to make a brief comment? And if so, please identify yourself.
Come to the table. Thank you, Mayor Coates here in council. My name is Anthony Usher. I'm the planner for the applicant. And I could just provide possibly Councillor Jarvis with some comfort on this. I was not involved at the time that the consents were granted in 2012, I think it is, but my client has told me that he was asked at the time of the consent, can you provide docking for the lot we're discussing right now, the eastern lot, and that he assured them that he could. He's told me where the location is that he thinks is suitable, and having looked at the air photos, solely on that basis, it seems reasonable to me. He felt that suitable docking could be provided on the northeast corner of the island. Excuse me, I believe they only built one dock at the time because it was, there was no reason to build two. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. My first comment is a question to the planning department. Where we have a property that is, as in this case, completely surrounded by PSWs and F1 fish habitat, could we please have that document, that image and zoning included in the application so that we have a very crisp understanding of what we are being faced with? So that's my first is a request to the planning department. And to my fellow councillors, those of you from past term will know that the topic of what constitutes the appropriate scrutiny to lift a hold has been a hot topic from last term. And I would strongly recommend that council direct the planning committee to review the lifting of holds, because it has been such a hot topic, and the concerns that Councillor Jarvis has raised, when you look at the zoning bylaw, the zoning map, and see that there is very little place on this property except facing the main channel for a possible dock, as everywhere else is F1 fish habitat. It suggests that this is a very, very high risk property from a development standpoint. And so two things there. Number one, I think every application that comes to us where there is sensitive waters around the property, that should be mandatory in the application package that comes to us from staff. And number two, council, we need to direct the planning committee to revisit this lifting of holds. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me? Ditto and ditto. I agree with both my previous councillors and their comments. They're very concerning. We've got to be really judicious lifting holds where there are fish habitats. We've had circumstances where there's, in 2013, properties that have been sold and it's a mud flat in front of it. Ridiculous. So we better not only get the planning committee to look at it, but our planning department to start thinking along these lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship, and through you, Councillor Cooper stole my thunder on the ditto and ditto. I would say that I'm absolutely in agreement with Councillor Jarvis. I think as councillors, we need to have the foresight on how to mitigate future issues. I do understand the predicament that we're in and the fact that our bylaws currently state that this is what's required and we have to operate within them, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't have an open discussion on the possibility of future issues. And then I would also go on to say that I agree with Councillor Hazelton in bringing back the whole discussion to planning committee because I think it is a valid and a concerning topic that we need to address and hopefully resolve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. I fully respect all the comments that everybody has made. unfortunately, I'm also respect the fact that our current zoning bylaw has one simple condition for lifting an H2, and that is a survey. And so we can't approve or disapprove a application based on what we think future conditions should be. We have to do it based on our current situation. Councillor Hazelton?
If I may, there was a matter that came up in the last council meeting or last planning council meeting where planner Jeff Kratke offered opinions of his insights as to what could happen or would likely happen with a development. And I think that's where Councillor Jarvis is going. You know what's going to happen if somebody is saying, well, I'm going to do a development, but the first thing I'm going to do is remove the hold, and now it's going to make this thing potentially more valuable. And now the township has essentially endorsed the fact that we have developable property. So Jeff, in his wisdom, said he basically called foul on the thing and said, no, this doesn't make any sense what this other applicant was trying to do. Let's stop it. I think that I wrestle with the fact that our bylaws are insufficient in this case. We've known this for a long time, but we've never dug in and fixed it. And perhaps we need to defer this until we can fix the problem and then reconsider it with the fixed problem. Thank you.
Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor Co-Chair. I think this should go to Planning Committee. There's many people in this township that believe this council should not be the governing body over docks and projections, that the MNRF is the governing body and would like to see the township out of the business. So I believe this should come to the Planning Council.
Well, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And just in terms of what's been said so far, there's other interesting case law that's just developed in the last 10 days at the OLT with respect to a property in Bracebridge that falls under the similar situation as the Moreau situation in Honey Harbour. So the OLT is saying you shouldn't be doing this. So I really caution us, and I think it may make some sense to defer this and send it to the Planning Council. So thank you.
We are the Planning Council, so it's already at the Planning Council.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. The Planning Committee. Excuse me.
Okay, I think we're mixing up a couple of things here. One is there seems to be a sense amongst this council that the Planning Committee should be considering the lifting of holds or setting more conditions under holds. That is a separate topic from what we have in front of us right now. What we have in front of us right now is an applicant who, under the current bylaws, has made an application to Planning Council to have a hold lifted. The Planning Department, upon reviewing the application with a survey, which was the sole requirement in our current bylaws for a lifting of the H2 hold, has recommended it get lifted. And I'm going to say my concern is that if we as a council choose not to approve this, then that would not prevent the applicant from going in front of the OLT and saying, according to the bylaws and according to the Planning Department, this was satisfied to lift that hold. Lifting of the hold absolutely does not give these folks permission to build or add a dock. They have to come and get building and planning approvals in order to do that. And I think we have to be a little careful what we're doing here. With that, I'm going to call the vote, and each of you can vote as you believe is appropriate. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the Council receives Development Service Report 2023-205 and approves bylaw 2023-104, being a zoning bylaw amendment Z 23-20, to remove a holding H2 symbol on lands legally described as Part 2 on Plan 35R-23761, part of Wild Goose Island, formerly Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, District Municipality of Muskoka. All those in favor? 2. And I'm voting in favor, and I have all those against? Just 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is defeated. Okay. And now we have the next application in front of us is zoning bylaw amendment application Z 23-21. We're changing numbers, right? Okay. And I believe this is for the other half of the island, to our planner.
Through the mayor, the applicant is proposing to remove the hold from the subject lands to facilitate future development in accordance with the zoning bylaw. The subject property is vacant and forms part of Wild Goose Island, which is situated between Roberts Island and Honey Harbour. The lands have an approximate area of 17,220 square meters, with over 11,000 square meters being located above the high water mark. The lands are legally described as Part 1 on Plan 35R-23761, part of Wild Goose Island, formerly Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, District Municipality of Muskoka. This portion of the island and the subject lands are municipally addressed 6 Island 626 in the Township of Georgian Bay. The lands are designated waterfront within the district and township official plans and are located within the Honey Harbour waterfront community. The lands are identified as having moderate to high archaeological potential and are located within a provincially significant wetland, also surrounded by Type 1 and Type 2 fish habitats. The subject lands are zoned shoreline residential island Type 1 within the township zoning bylaw, and the sole condition for removing the hold is completion of a survey to confirm the lot area above the specified contour and to confirm the location of the high water mark. The applicant has provided staff with a survey of the subject lands that was prepared by a registered Ontario land surveyor that identifies the high water mark, current water level, and the area of the lot above the high water mark. Therefore, the condition of removal has been satisfied. No development is being proposed as part of this application, and staff are recommending that the hold be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any comments? Councilor Jarvis.
Mike, turn on your mic.
Turn on your mic. Under normal circumstances, would dock be permitted in this circumstance? Because doesn't there have to be other parameters for a dock to be in place? Normally, I know the dock's already there pre-existing, but I think hypothetically, would we allow a dock at this on this location without development?
Through the mayor, technically, the construction of a dock does trigger site plan control if they're developing the property, but my understanding is this dock has probably a legal non-complying status at some point.
I'm sure that's
something like that. Yeah. It looks rather old, but any future development, they're going to be subject to site plan control. They're going to have to probably undertake many environmental studies,
including okay. Well, my comments from the earlier application apply here. Thank you.
Councilor Cooper.
I'll be very brief. Ditto again. And basically, I think the thing that's really critical here is seeing where the fish habitat is. I don't see it. And I realize you can just get a survey, blah, blah, but I'm sorry. It's not good enough. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands, Councilor Hazelton. Well, then you have to raise your hand.
So, can I ask you a question? According to the zoning map, it looks like there's a building on this property. Can you confirm that?
Through the mayor, to my knowledge, the property has not been developed. I'm not sure
So,
what imagery.
so if you go to the District Muskoka maps for the Georgian Bay Township zoning maps, and you look at that and you zoom in, you will see that there is a building of some kind on the kind of west central area of that chunk of land. I'm wondering, we've got a dock on there, we've got a building of some kind. Have you done a site visit to see what the details are of this thing? I mean, Google shows a high overburden, so it's difficult to see the details of it, but.
Through the mayor, my understanding is the property is vacant. I do see a white dot on different years aerial imagery. I can't say what exactly that is.
Okay, the zoning map does a pretty good job of showing where buildings, sheds, and everything else are. It just seems that there's probably more there than we're being told. That's what it looks like. Anyways, thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Just to add to that, as I understand it, on GeoHub, all the information that's there comes from MPAC. So I don't think somebody would be paying taxes on it with a building if they didn't have one. So have we had a site visit? I think we asked that question. Has there been a site visit?
If I may just interrupt for 1 second, MPAC does not have any assessment of a building on that property.
I'm just saying where GeoHub gets their information from MPAC. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments, I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council receives Development Service Report 2023-206 and approves Bylaw 2023-104, being a zoning bylaw amendment Z23-21 to remove a holding H2 symbol on lands legally described as Part 1 on Plan 35R-23761, part of Wild Goose Island, formerly Baxter, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, District Municipality of Muskoka. All those in favor? All those against? 3. That is defeated. 3-4. All right. Next on our list is the deferral extension transfer rezoning bylaw amendment application Z23-16. And that is Mr. Kratky.
Am I the only one without sound?
I haven't got any sound either.
I apologize. I'll restart.
Please.
On October 10th, the agent made a request to defer this application, but the public notice had been given, and you were left with the decision to give the deferral that was requested. You made that decision. At the time, we set about having a meeting the same day, the agent and myself and the applicant. The next day, they requested a further deferral, which is acceptable to staff, but obviously didn't require your comment because we did not give the notice for the public meeting given that request. Discussions are continuing, so I'm not here today to discuss the actual application in any way, shape, or form. This is not a public meeting. As of now, the public meeting is scheduled for December 12th. However, the More Homes for Everyone Act made amendments to the Planning Act. And one of those amendments requires the municipality to return 50% of the fee if you do not make a decision on Z 2316 by this meeting. There's no stopwatch, unfortunately. So even though this was requested by the applicants, the Planning Act is clear. We would have to ask you to refuse the application and start over again. Rather than do that, the applicant is willing and is working with us to work towards a new application where essentially it's the same application renumbered. You would waive the additional application fee rather than making a refund, and the cost for the mailing of the public notice is treated as a recirculation fee instead of a new application fee. I very much support council making that resolution, and I'm recommending that that you waive the application fee for the Z23 application, carry the deposit fee forward from Z2316 to the Z2323 application, and charge a recirculation fee for the public mailing. And I ask for your approval.
And this is all as a consequence of the province putting deadlines in without any flexibility built into that legislation. Okay, council. Any comments? Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Greg. I understand this, but I just want clarification. If we were not to approve this, we would have to give half the application fee back to the applicant, correct?
So no, you would have the option, because there was a public meeting called, and certainly there is the option under legislation for you to make a decision to refuse the zoning bylaw amendment without a further public meeting. However, again, that's not my recommendation. The agent is online. I don't believe she's intending to make any kind of appearance here today, but certainly I've been working in good faith on the basis that they have been willing to withdraw Z2316, reapply under Z2323, and what we're asking you to do is to give
Carry
your
forward.
approval to allow us to move forward in that way.
Okay, and I'm not, I understand that, and I don't think I have too much of a problem. I just want to be clear. If by virtue of the province, we are required to give back half the application fee, the proponent would have to file another application fee to reapply or not? In other words, are we out, instead of being one full application fee unchanged, my thinking is we end up losing half an application fee. Not that it matters, I just want to be clear.
Through the mayor, no. If you did not pursue this option, the applicant could have continued, because we have no reason to force them. You would have had to today, and you still could today, refuse Z2316. However, in good faith, they have withdrawn Z2316.
Yeah.
And so what essentially we're doing is preserving the single application fee, even though we are exceeding the province's timelines. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutz here. And Jeff, I think I'm sort of supporting what you're suggesting here, but I have a question for you, because I've been told by planning lawyers that are working all over Southern Ontario that, at least 50% of the municipalities don't pay any attention to the timelines because they can't meet them. and I'm talking about the municipalities, and the province isn't doing anything about it. So is that your experience? Because that's what I'm hearing from more than one lawyer in Southern Ontario that has a lot of experience.
I have no firsthand knowledge of that through Mr. Mayor. I have no firsthand knowledge of that. I have heard similar suggestions. I think what we at the Township of Georgian Bay under Derek's leadership are trying to do is we're trying to follow the rules. And in this case, the applicant has been gracious enough to work with us, given their need for the deferrals. And again, I think this is an unfortunate processing step that I'm asking you to take with us.
I have a question then. The 50% refund, and after a certain amount of time, I think it becomes 100% refund. Is that something that we automatically do, or is that subject to the applicant actually asking for it or applying for it?
So there's been a great deal of discussion about that. I will say this and only this, when I read the legislation, it seems quite clear, and I will leave it up to anyone else to read it for themselves.
No, but then how do you interpret it is my question.
So I interpret it that if we don't make the timeframes, the legislation is clear. It's saying, I'll just quote exactly from the legislation. If the municipality fails to make a decision on the application within the time period referred to in subsection 11 or 11.0.0.0.0.1, as the case may be, the municipality shall refund 50% of the fee.
Excuse my editorial, but the absurdity of it all. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. Through your worship, I personally think this is a no-brainer. It makes absolute sense as to what our planning department is recommending, and clearly the applicant is in favor of this. So I can't see why we shouldn't pass this. That's just my opinion, though.
I fully agree with you, but I still think it's an absurd situation that is unfortunate that, you know, we're wasting everybody's time and effort because of legislation that did not appreciate the actual circumstances of most municipalities, or many applicants for that matter. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay regarding zoning bylaw amendment application Z23-23 regarding subject lands municipally known as 2 Island 1120 Georgian Bay in the Township of Georgian Bay approves: 1. Waiving the application fee for the Z23-23 application. 2. Carrying forward the deposit fee from the Z23-16 application to the Z23-23 application. And C. 3. A recirculation fee is charged by the township to the owner to mail notices regarding a public meeting for the Z23-23 application, as of now scheduled for December 12th, 2023. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And our final staff report is with regards to zoning bylaw amendment application Z23-12. And that is Mr. Cracky again. Sir.
Thank you. I'm going to be incredibly brief with this one. Mayor, councillors, I apologize. Through an oversight on my part, notice of passage was not given with respect to this file that had previously been under the responsibility of another planner. And upon his departure, it became part of my responsibility, which I failed to execute. So I ask that you approve the same bylaw that you approved regarding Z23-12 at 116 Muskie Bay Road, so that a new notice of passage may be issued for a new bylaw which says the same thing. It rezones the property from the M1 exception zone to the R1 zone.
All right. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you. And Jeff, perhaps you're not familiar with this. I know that Ms. McCabe is, but is this the same issue that has arisen with 118, or excuse me, 116 Muskie Bay Road? Were they kind of grouped into the same situation? Are you aware of that?
I believe.
Oh, sorry, 118. 118 Muskie Bay. Thank you.
I believe through the mayor that that is a separate matter. In that case, I believe the property owners were zoned OS1, whereas in this case, the history on this file was that the property owners owned 2 lots. They've always been 2 lots. There was a rezoning in 1990 that unfortunately, for whatever reason, included both lots instead of just the one it was meant to include. And then there was a subsequent rezoning to put it back into the residential. At that time, I believe it was RE 295 zone. And again, David Smith had carried this through, but unfortunately, when he left, it fell to me to send out the notice, and I overlooked that. It's my error, and I apologize. But the matters are slightly different.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council approves passing the bylaw 2023-104, being a zoning bylaw amendment proposed by application Z 23-12 for 116 Muskie Bay Road, thereby amending map number 143 in Schedule A of the Township of Georgian Bay Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2014-75, as amended, to rezone the subject lands from Industrial Exception 1, M1, zone to Residential Type 1, or R1 zone. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right. I'm going to look to our guest. That's you, Mr. Mason. We have one more item under our Planning Council, which is basically directions to Planning Committee. I have no idea how long the discussion will take. Do you have enough patience for us to get through that before we turn over to you? Because it would make life much easier for our clerk. Then you got more patience than all of us put together in all likelihood. But thank you very much. So let's carry on with, we have one item of new business, and that is directions to Planning Committee. And Councillor Hazelton, this is coming from you.
I already knew it. And I can make it brief because I'm going to rely on the fact that all of my fellow councillors read the package and will know it intimately. And then all we need to do is come up with a short list of a few items that the planning department could use assistance with. I'll start off and suggest lifting the holes is probably number 1. But before I say anything further, I would like to request our Director of Planning to weigh in on this topic and give us some recommendations on things that his department are wrestling with that they could use the expertise of the Planning Committee on. Thank you.
Mr. Whitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to begin by congratulating Councillor Hazelton for his chairmanship of the Planning Advisory Committee. Had the opportunity initiated by Councillor Hazelton to meet to discuss some of those priorities. Certainly all very worthy matters, worthy of attention. And to add to what Councillor Hazelton has suggested, and it kind of segues to what we were just talking about, from staff's perspective, if the committee is looking to roll up their sleeves and get to work right away, there's been some talk about approaches to dealing with Bill 109 and fee refunds. And there were some suggestions with respect to what some other places might be doing in that regard. So if the committee would have interest in digging deeper into that, that would certainly be something helpful to staff to assist us in terms of finding a way to work within the legislative framework over and above meeting timelines, which is, of course, is the first and foremost approach. The other suggestion that I think would be very helpful, because it's also something we want to come back with it in a timely manner. There was a motion that was supported by council to Councillor Graziano's suggestion for incentives to encourage green development. And I think that's an area of research where the committee could greatly assist staff so that we can come back with something to present, some options to present to council. So if the committee would be interested in weighing in on that in the short term, that'd be the other recommendation I would make.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, there was a long list that you provided, a page worth, and I didn't know, we're supposed to, I gather your suggestion is to pick half a dozen items from this page?
My intent was, first of all, to raise the visibility for everyone of the things that had been considered both by the community in the past planning committee as items that were worthy of discussion. As we saw today, there's a bit of a gap between what planning can recommend, and I do apologize to Shania. Please do not take the decisions coming from council as anything negative on you. You did your job and you did a great job at it. But I think this issue of lifting holes has been a plague, and we need to deal with it. I would highly recommend that become one of the other key items on the list. But the intent of me providing a very long list was not to have us try to eat the elephant in one bite. It was really to, let's pick 3 to 5 items that we can fire back to the planning committee and have the planning committee weigh in on those items and bring value to our township and to the planning department. In my count, we've got at least 3 right now. Two that came from our director of planning, and the third being the lifting of holes.
And I'm wondering, if I may, that lifting of holes. I am wondering. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it being that difficult. I apologize to everyone. There are a number of things. For instance, under functional service report, you refer to accessibility and things like that. I would imagine that could be under the umbrella of the lifting of the holes. Or were you
Very
thinking
astute
otherwise?
observation. Yes.
Well, even if people can't hear me when I turn my head the wrong way. No, because my question, I mean, when I look at this list, it's a good list, but it's like, I'm wondering if there are any items that feel like they have a certain, and I'm looking at staff as well, as a greater level of urgency perhaps than some of the others. Okay, Mr. Whitlup, I'm now staring straight at you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So urgency from staff's perspective, looking at urgency in terms of timelines. Bill 109 is with us already. We heard about fee refunds, so I think there's importance to find a way to better manage that aspect of dealing with planning application fees. And then the other item that I mentioned certainly were green building, green development incentives. The direction from council was to bring something back in February, which will soon be upon us, sooner than we think. So that's why I've made reference to those 2 items. Clearly, lifting of holds has a history and an importance to this council and this community that goes beyond my short time here to date, and I'm getting a sense of the importance of that. So while from my perspective, that's not a time-sensitive matter, I think from what I'm hearing is that from council's perspective, that's probably an overdue matter.
All right. So at this point on that list of half dozen, we got the first 3. Do you want a full 6, or is 3 enough? And Councillor Cooper, I see, has now raised his hand, so he may be making a suggestion.
Well, sorry. Thank you. So I don't have the list in front of me. I'm just on my laptop here, but one of the things that is coming up, I think, today, but it comes up on a regular basis, is I think our planning committee needs to be bringing back clarification on undersized islands and what all that means. In other words, we did a study, and I'm not sure that that study has been shared with the current administration, in fact, even the previous administration. So I think there's a study of how many islands, and those that are very small were classified basically as either open space or natural state and not to be developed at all, or if they had something on them, they had an exception on them, exception 51, under an acre, exception 51. And what it meant was that you couldn't add anything to it. That was the rule for exception 51. You've got what you've got, but you don't get anything more. And I think there needs to be some re-clarification on that subject based on things I'm seeing today. So that could be added to, is that on the list in front of you or not?
Undersized islands definitely on the list.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could suggest, I mean, rather than getting the elephant, that we have 4 items, why don't we recommend the planning committee dive into those 4 items, and we can add items down the road.
Well, then you cut me off with my suggestion.
Oh, Councilor Pretko, go ahead. I would think that 4 items is probably a good number of items for the planning committee to start with.
You cut me off before my suggestion. There's a momentum here. No, the one that I think should be considered at some point, and it doesn't have to be right away, is site alteration, because I'm frustrated with sites that I've seen where they've been demolished of trees, but I'm told, well, they're more than 20 meters away, and of course they must have a shorter tape measure than I do, and therefore it's legal. And I'm thinking that's not our protection of the environment that we want everybody to consider. So, Councillor Hazelton.
So in the world of visions into the future, we could have our 4 items, and we could start building items for the future so we can give the committee visibility into what is coming down the road.
All right. You're asking me to call the vote on 4, and we'll just carry on from there? Okay. Well, because I've already, at least 2 councillors are against me, you know, on this whole thing. They don't even want me to speak anymore. And I'm taking it personally, you can tell. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas the Planning Advisory Committee has a mandate that requires council to provide direction and a list of items for the committee to consider to then provide comment back to council. And whereas the list of items that are active and are outstanding from the last meeting in August 2022 have not been updated. And whereas there may be new items that council would like the Planning Advisory Committee to consider, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay does now provide the following list of priorities for consideration by the Planning Advisory Committee, namely 1, lifting of H2 holds, 2, Bill 109, 3, green development incentives, 4, undersized, and to the side, and that the mayor want everybody to consider site alteration, and that the above list of priorities be Planning Advisory Committee direction from council for 2023 and 2024. All those in favor? And that is carried. I don't know where the carried thing is, but is there a second page to this?
It doesn't matter.
All right. Can I keep this list? Or is it on there, isn't it? Okay. Moved by Councillor Pretko, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Planning Council adopts Bylaw 2023-105 to confirm the proceedings of the November 13th, 2023 Planning Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I know there's one more here. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the Clan Council does now adjourn at 2:27 p.m. until December 12th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. And is everybody ready to start cow at 2:30 or do you want a little more delay? All right. So we're going to go into cow and as soon as we can get out of this one into the next one.